Hello, 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 hello. So today we will be continuing the funny hunts of Farfetched and Sinisty. How you doing? Oh, nice. Good luck with it then. Yeah, and I have a cat on the table who is very excited. Don't know why you are with me today. Could be because we were gone yesterday for a few hours. Or you're just lonely. And are you now gonna be moving then? Can be there because I did get all the stuff that I need out of the way. What's that? Oh, yeah. I love that I have review recent raids. There is two buttons, report or ban. There's nothing like this was like okay thing. Yeah, thanks. Report or ban. Those are the two buttons that I can press. It's like nothing like positive. I guess then not say anything, but still it's strange. Yeah, let's get started then. I would like to see half of my screen though. Oh, now you're leaving. Okay, sure. I'm fine. Are you on my table or are you not? Just don't do. Both, all the time. Yeah, it is quite a bit of possibility that we will be able to hit 6k on Farfetch today, I would like to say. I mean, both are right now overroads. Has just been a while since I've been doing Sinisty last. Like, yeah, more or less, almost a few weeks. You're being very interesting today. When I woke up, you were in this room. And when I tried to give you food, you were not in this room, and it did take a while for you to get there and get your food. And you're probably gonna be eating quite well for the next few days because your bowl was just cleaned up. Even though yesterday you weren't really eating too well, but that's the problem of shoe clean of a club, gump, plate, thingamathing. Out there. We're moving a lot today, I see. It would be strange how shit will be working like that sometimes. You'll be. Yeah, if we're not gonna be hitting 6k today, then we're gonna be getting close to it anyways. And the problem with me, and if I'm too close to be hitting some, in quotes, big milestone, I want to just go for a little bit longer. Do you know, just hit it. Guess why not? Don't try to hit it, you know. Oh, first boosted one. Not by too much, but boosted nonetheless. There we go. Hello, Drifloon once again. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay day myself. Nothing too bad going on. I don't know why, but apparently I did eat something yesterday that did upset my stomach. I don't know what it was, but certainly something. my guess would be that I did eat some like pizza bites, which were like basically like a dough around like some pizza toppings. They were very dry. I didn't like them. Which was a shame because like the packaging and everything looked cool and stuff like that, but like it wasn't too nice. We did went to a store that did have fewer options to be buying random things like that. But yeah, it was certainly interesting. But yeah. Probably not gonna be buying them again. I haven't really seen them anywhere anyways. It could be like one of those weird things that is only in that one store, even though it's not just in that store, like specifically. More or less because like no one, like they're not selling too well anywhere else. So they're not just having it all together, because why waste money to be having it if no one buys it? Why waste money on that? One thing that I understand that makes sense, like where it's located in the grocery store, but at the same time it always bothers me because I most of the time forget that it's well, that is in like that section of the store is the lemon juice, like the one that you would be putting on your food. Of course it's in this juice section most of the time, but at the same time, why couldn't it be also in the like food making aisle where all the like sauces and stuff like that are? Because like I'm not gonna be thinking that I drink them. You know, because if I go to the juice section, I'm just thinking that I could be drinking these. But yeah, I'm not gonna be drinking the lemon juice. It's literally meant for you to be putting into food. It's just like, why? Why is it there? As I said, it makes sense, but like, why can't it also be there? Sometimes they do be like randomly be putting them in the random places. Like in one store they are like near where you can like find like fresh fish, which makes sense, but at the same time it's just like a strange place to just have like a thing for them. We still would need to be getting like a good system for in stores to be finding everything we need somehow. I know that there is like we have like few apps, for example, for finding stuff in the stores, like specific aisles and stuff like that per store, but at the same time they're so bad. They don't run well. If you try to use them on your phone, they are so bad. There just needs to be like a better system. Like, even though if you go to the same grocery store, there is every once in a while there's gonna be like a thing that you never ever buy. So it would be nice to know where it is located. Because I can't be bothered to be trying to find a dude to be asking advice for where it is located. Because I can't be bothered to be asking them. Just need to be some sort of system for that. I know that some stores might have it because there's like one store nearby that is like, it's a weird thing because like it is like it's not just like the store is in one place only. It's all around Finland pretty much. But I don't see it in every store, but there is like one store nearby that has like a tablet for like that store. Like it is in the shopping cart and everything like that. I have never used it personally, but I wonder if that could be like a way to be searching for things, because I know that there is like few stores that use like in-store like tablets to be searching for very specific things. For example, there is a store that you would be buying like things for your car. You can use the tablet to be searching for your car, like window wipers or whatever they are, or like something like that. You can like just put the car information there and it would be showing you exactly what you need for that car, which is quite nice. I quite like it indeed. Well, like, why can't that be working everywhere, in every store? And then there's like weird things that you know, something is available in every other store, but when you go to one specific store, it's not available there for whatever reason. Like, we have like butter that is literally made out of eggs and butter. You can like buy that from the store, but like only in one store like around here it's not available in. And one time we were in that one store, so you know we couldn't be buying it. Which was a shame because it was like, you know, middle of the night thing, so like you can't be really be asked to be going to another store. Because surely you can like use a regular butter, but still. It's interesting. We do be working like that sometimes. It do be. Bunch of Farfetch today, by the way. That's quite nice. That's what you love to see. Yeah, the gingerbread baking thing. You missed twice. How dare you? That was a critical hit. Oh no, it still did took only one damage. Still. To be honest, I think critical hit, no matter what, should be always at least 2. But anyways. Yeah, the gingerbread cooking thing it went quite well yesterday. Nothing too bad. Nothing too bad there, even though technically I only did cut them. I didn't bake them or anything. Because you kind of need to prepare the dough before you can do anything else. I wonder why. It did go quite well. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Apart from all the animals there were very interested in what we were doing. Even the cat there. Which was a real little problematic. You know, he do be old though. He do be very old, so he's strange. Probably because old. Or age. But yeah. I mean, it did go quite well there. I mean, not usually they are not anyways anything too out of the ordinary. As I said, it was like earlier than usual, but this year's like how like Christmas time works is quite strange because it's on Sunday that we celebrate, because we celebrate on 24th. On Sunday, it's on Sunday, so it's a little strange how things work. But yeah, what do we though? It would have been done in the next few weeks anyway, so it's not like too out of the ordinary. What did you be though? We can finally soon move on from here, by the way. I'm still wondering though, like, what it is about the flavor of gingerbread cookies that, like, is a problem for me if it's not a gingerbread cookie. As I mentioned it yesterday, like, I'm fine with gingerbread cookies, but there is something about the gingerbread cookie flavor that if it's on a chocolate or something, it's just... it's a no. I mean, I will eat it, but I rather not. I'm not gonna be intentionally buying it. I don't know what it is, because, like, all the, like, spices that I can think that are in there, like, I'm fine with them. Like, in general. I guess it could be the combination, then, of certain spices there. It's a weird thing, though. But I mean, I guess as a kid, I did like gingerbread cookies quite a bit. Not like too crazy amount or anything, but being a kid, like you sweet things, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think that I never really been that big of a fan, apart from when I was a kid. Like as I said, I will eat them, but I don't need to eat them. It's strange how I have actually changed all like over the years, because I did like quite a good amount of sweet things when I was indeed younger, but now I'm more towards like salty things. It's not like even the case that, you know, you eat too much sweets so you get bored of them, kind of a deal. Because I am still pretty sure that it is what happened with me and ketchup. I did have too much of it, and now I now I would rather not have it. Of course, like if it's inside something, I don't mind it. But like I'm not gonna be like getting it. If I want to have something with my fries, I personally will be having mayo, which is usually flavored with something. That's another thing that I guess I have had like bad memories with like unflavored yeah, that's a word. Unflavored mayo, or not flavored, whatever my thing. Because like even like the mayo that we did have like when I was a kid, if it was like, it was always like non-flavored. It was always like the cheapest thing, and it just tastes awful. And I think it was the case that it might have been like too vinegary. Too much vinegar there. There's vinegar in mayo. I'm not mixing up my words. Yeah. I think it was that for me. Way too much vinegar. I mean, again, that could be the thing that it has been changed, and if, of course, we would have been having like better like brand and like maybe a little bit like expensive, it could have been better. I don't know what, I don't remember, like, did we have anything else from that brand? Like, was the brand overall like not my thing? Or is it like one of those situations that it only has like literally a one product thing? It could be. Also, we did yesterday. We did yesterday go to, you know, buy groceries and stuff. And we did go to the store, the same store that I've been talking about today already. And it did have like flavors from over the world, you know. You can get like special noodles, stuff like that from there. There was very expensive Lucky Charms there. If I remember correctly, they were like 13 euros. Like, jeez. Like, who is actually gonna be buying it for that price? It was ridiculously expensive, but like most of the things are quite expensive from the section that is like literally flavors around the world thing. I was like, yeah. No. It's like of course like there are exotic flavors and everything like that that like I would like to test them out, but like they are always there like such ridiculous in prices. I mean they can be because you know they are the first thing that they are the first thing that or the not the first but it's for sometimes the first, but it's usually the only like store that has like flavors around the world section. I remember like when Prime was like starting to get in here. I think I talked about it before. When Prime was starting to get in here, it was only available in those stores. And it was like ridiculously expensive, like if I remember correctly, like 12 euros, because they could do that because no one else has them, so if someone wants to try them, they have to pay the price. But now that more stores have them, they kind of have to lower the prices. Because like we can find it on another store for like 2 to 4 euros. I don't remember exactly the price. It is more expensive than like most of the energy drinks or whatever things, but then again understandable I guess. It's just ridiculous to see the price there. But hey, now they have a new like cool thing from like popular figure and being only store that has the it's the Mr. Beast chocolate bar, and it's so like it's like compared to like most of the chocolate bars that you can find, there's like absolutely nothing compared to them. And then it's still like 2 to 3 euros. Like more expensive, like it's ridiculous. I don't understand why, because like why are they so expensive? It's so stupid. As I said, I just don't really see a reason to be putting such a high price tag, for the reason being that if there is too high of a price tag there, I don't think that too many people are gonna be buying them before you put it into like big discount. Like, it's ridiculous. There we go. Anyways, interesting things. You gotta though always love the seasonal like thingamathings that you know are only seasonal things. And then they go to sale like almost immediately when they are out because no one is buying them. Yeah, it do be like that. Because there was like one Christmas calendar that is like new to this year that like it was up for maybe for a week or max 2, and it was already like discounted in November. Not even when like usual Christmas calendar discounts started like around like this time at latest, because like they want them to be gone. They want them to be gone already, you know. But yeah, do be what it do be though. But surprisingly enough, they weren't like on sale like even yesterday. They were mostly gone though. Like most of what we did see to be like big amounts of left were the tea calendars. They were the only ones that there was like a big amount of them still left. It's just like understandable because like of course people are gonna be buying them, but at the same time like it is also not gonna be that popular to be buying them. Oh, hello Esper. Maria. Doobie what it doobie, you know. I will say one thing that I'm not completely sure about this week when I will be having my other day off. Because I will be having the day off on Saturday. But I don't know really when I will be having the other one. I was thinking on having it on Thursday, but at the same time I don't know why, but I don't want just to be, you know, be on Friday and then again be off. It doesn't, of course, like too much bother me, but I'd rather not. But of course, we shall see. We shall see. Things happen when things happen. I'll be having the day off whenever I do see to fit the most. I'm wondering what it's gonna be like I wonder what's gonna be the next shiny that is gonna be like hunted a lot when it's gonna be like huntable. Because the last one that I can really think of that was like a very big deal was Arceus, because like it's the only legitimate way that you can hunt it is in PDSP. Like without like doing any modifications or anything like that. Of course it's still gonna be legit, I think, if you will be getting it from Gen 4, but I don't really see it myself to be like that. As I remember that, like, of course it's understandable that people want to be hunting for each. Yes, you know, it has been really been said that it's not really easily obtainable at all. But yeah. I wonder what's gonna be the next one. It's hard to really say for most of the legendaries because most of them are indeed in Dynamax Adventures, for example. Most of them are available in Dynamax Adventures, so it's hard to be really saying anything for that. Oh, hello there. Nice to see you once again. Is that back-to-back Indeedee faces? Is that back-to-back Indeedee faces? It is. That's not how it's supposed to be working. Hello there, Indeedee. Oh boy. Hello there, you absolutely ridiculous thing. Why are you there? Another one of you guys. I don't understand what is going on in here. This is ridiculous. I think that's my fourth indeed. 2, 3. Oh, it's only the third one. Oh, it's the fourth one. Also, another female. It's like indeed it's always gonna be female in this game. 1592. Oh boy. Oh boy. Uh, I guess time to catch you. This is ridiculous. Honestly, I'll just quick ball. I don't care, you're my fourth one. Of course. Helping hand, thank you. You're very helpful. Nice. Would appreciate critical captures, but anyways. Oh boy, another indeedy. Your nickname. Your nickname will be. Your nickname will be. Vermi. Let's save the game, I guess. I would like to get something else than EDD. Look at the Indeedies. It isn't Indeedy. There is sunlight, and then there is speed, and then there is Fermi. You're definitely gonna be naughty by nature. You're bashful. You're synchronized. Nice. It's not like almost every single one of these have it. Oh, they're 50-50 actually. Half of them have own tempo, half of them have synchronize. Nice. I can't be bothered to throw it out in battle. Anyways. Copy that. Should be like that, right? Nope. First I did it the wrong way. Yes. It should be that then, because the other one was wrong. Yes. Oh boy. I should start a program soon. Guess I could be copying that. That one. And replace that with an Indeed. If I have the female Indeed here, hopefully I do. For whatever reason, the thing that I did download and don't have every single one of them. It's missing Indeed. What you love to see. Not having Indeed there. I don't know why this is missing so many of them. It's annoying. Guess I need to get it somewhere then. Honest. It's gonna be a stale image because, you know, I'll be downloading a GIF of it. Why is it not showing in here? Oh, there it is. It's so small. Maybe let's make it a little bit bigger. Just slightly. Doesn't need to be that big though. There we go. Let's do quickly the few encounters that we need to on the other game. Are we gonna start the other one? There we go. Now I should be able to open the program and I should be having correct sounding sounds. Oh, that's already at 0. Let's update it and be 0. Excuse me. I mean, I guess I can do that, but... There we go. I mean, it was about time. It was about time that I would be getting something there. It was a little bit over odds, not that much. But it's still over odds. I would just wish that maybe not the third indeed in a row, please. Something else. Like slightly bit more common, please. I know I asked it the last time as well. It didn't really help to be getting it or to be asking for it. Maybe this time. As I said, the only thing that I would wish for is to be getting something that is more than 5%. Because it's a little issue, things are 5 or under percent. It's the authentic Synesty and Indeedy, which differs from game to game in this game or in these games. But please give me something else. As I said, I would happily take a Morgram. I'd happily take a Morgram. Well, yeah. Shiny is a shiny though. I'm not upset about that at all, but it's a little ridiculous though. It is a little ridiculous though. I get the more common things from random encounters, like random grass encounters, not like these ones. Is that what I will be able to see from the overworld before I encounter them? There we go. Now we starts or continues the hunt for both games. Please for a little while. Hopefully I won't be getting... It's always my thing that I don't wish that I will be getting shinies too close to each other. I would wish that there would be, you know, a little bit of gap between them. It's not literally gonna be back to back, that is, because that would be absolutely hilarious. Getting back to back. Yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting though. Hopefully you'll be able to find whatever you're looking for. You'll be always be hoping for best of luck, indeed. With the help of indeed is in my case, I guess. Oh, ridiculous. Oh boy. Swirlix. Unfortunately, since I do be having these two Stuffles, it means that I unfortunately will not be able to get a funny little guy of Swirlix and Spritzy to be on the screen at the same time. As I said, it might be the case if I will be going for another phase on Glimvuge. That is indeed a possibility. That is indeed quite a big possibility. But as I said, it might be taking some time. It really depends, honestly, how hunts go. How long are some hunts gonna be taking and whatnot. Was that phase 30? Yeah? Was phase 30? Or the authentic Sinisty or the real teacup that I like to say as well. The real teacup, indeed. Everyone loves the real teacup. It's so easy to be getting. Everyone has one of them at least. As I said, that I will probably be one of the only ones that will be going for two of them. I know that there's like people that have been hunting for like authentic Sinistry, but they only go for one, but Might as well go for Chu to be getting both forms. Would be quite silly like that. Because, you know, why not? Be getting, you know, evolution line to be the real deal as well. I will say though that I'm a little bit shocked how few Sinistis I have been getting overall. I'm gonna soon check how many of them I have. I think I have at least 2. Maybe a third one. I know I have at least 2. One Sinistis. Yeah, 2 Sinistis only. Like, I think I should be having a little bit more with them, considering that I have literally 40 DDs and they are rarer than the real teacup. Or the fake teacup, I mean. I mean, it would be insane if the rarest thing to find here would be actually in DD. Species-wise, it is. Form-wise, it's not. Because still, even though Sinisty is it real or fake, it's still Sinisty. It doesn't change that fact at all. Hey, doopy, what doopy? Will still say though that I personally will prefer the female one over the male one within DD still. I guess I could be liking the male one more if it wouldn't be looking angry. You know. Looks a little too angry for my liking. But you know, doobie what it doobie. Doobie what it doobie. Oh, hello there. Boosted one. You see the boosts. I guess it was a good day to be coming back from the little break from Indeedies then. Indeedies from Sinisty. I mean, I guess from Indeedies as well because it was back to back. But still. Ridiculous how life can be like that sometimes. I wonder if there's gonna be a third. There's gonna be a third region in Scarlet and Violet because there is the thing that there is the school that is still floating in the middle of the ocean, or at least it seems like that. Like, is that gonna be part of a different region, you know? Wondering. Because it could be because I know that, if I remember correctly, I know that the teacher that did originally like, because they're pretty much, that she did say that she's at least not from Paldea. I think it was Unova that was from. But then again, like, in quite a good amount of recent games, there has been so many different there has been so many different what is it, like, regions be mentioned in game. For example, gym leaders being from another region. There is they do like literally like all over, like what is it, the oh, the like, there's so many mentions on different regions on Legends Arceus, for example. I just honestly wonder one thing, that since like there was some of the regions that was mentioned in Legends Arceus with the names that like are nowadays names, I wonder if there's gonna be like a regions that have like different names though, like from the past, and like it is called this in nowadays, and it was called that on like years ago. Because then, like, I will say that if they will be, for example, let's say that they will be using a Lola to be having a pass game, like Legends Arceus style. If they're gonna be calling it a Lola, they can't be really saying that it's an Alola form. I mean, I guess they could, and they could like be not apparent anymore, I guess, but I don't know. It just would be strange if there would be like Alola forms that were from the past, you know. No, I think there's another Pokemon, another Pokemon spawning in there. It did seem like that. It did seem like that indeed. Let's see. Will we be able to see, is that a real thing? Of Sinistris just have enough time to be, you know, starting to spin around. Maybe it did, but Not seeing anything. I will still say that I like the camera thing that Sword and Shield do be doing, but sometimes it's a little on the annoying side. Because, like, if you want to be seeing, like, is Celeste having the stamp, if you want to be collecting them all, and you want to collect, like, a reform and stuff like that. Of course, I know that you can catch it and then, like, try to evolve it with, like, the items, but at the same time, still, it would be a lot nicer to know what is the like seed easier. I don't know how. I guess if they are gonna be doing like certain animations, it could be done like it could be done like be done like that, you know. Like if there's certain like animations that they play, they would always be like face to face, or somehow that like there's certain like if they do certain animations, they would be always like with a certain camera angle, you know. It's a cool feature though that you can like view Pokemons on the Pokédex app and see like the stamp there, but I will say that I would kind of wish that you would be able to spin the Pokemon itself, you know? Not just like, here is the Pokédex entry. Not like that. Oh yeah, doobie what it doobie. I was just kind of thinking what other like winter hunts I would like to do, and at the same time also where. I was thinking that I definitely want to do another hunt in the Brown Tundra. Don't know exactly for who specifically. The problem with like the wild area hunts for me is that weather is a thing, you know. So like that sometimes is making choices to be different, you know. It's sometimes making choices to be different indeed. I know that I want to be doing another phase for Galarian Darumaka. I'm just not completely sure. Do I want to do it on the on the route or not? Do I want to do another one in wild area? There's quite a good amount of like cool Pokemons that there is on the route where Galarian Darumaka do be. Wouldn't necessarily mind to be getting anything from there, you know. Let's check it out. Oh my god. So available on one route in the game. And then quite a good amount of the areas in the wild area for the what is it? Not technically it's not a wild area, but technically it is of the Crown Tundra. I don't know if it specifically said that it's a wild area, but it's like similar enough, I guess. Usually they do be mentioning it, you know. Let's see. It's available on Route 8 as well. Oh. Interesting. It's available on Route 8. I didn't know that. What one for Route 10 anyways? Oh yeah, it's that little part, yeah. I like the concept of like routes being in different parts, but I kind of would wish that they would be having like a sub name. Like that you will be able to see in the game. It's a 5%. The random encounters on Route 5. No visible ones. Visible ones there at all. Route 10, I'm pretty sure it's also random encounter, but is it better odds? I would anyways be going for there. There's like more interesting Pokemons to me. Oh yeah, the weird Pokemon with Rhydon is it's still a 5% there, okay. It's Vanillish, Clang, and Snom there as well. All the ones that I'm more interested in there are visible ones, okay. Then I'm not completely sure. I mean, I could be doing another one there. Or a one in there. The only thing that I'm not the biggest of fan of, I will say, is the Rhydon there. I don't mind Clang. It's like another like odd one there. Of course, as I said, wild areas, they are quite a good option. Interesting thing to think about, though. It's available in Crown Tundra. That's still probably the way that I would like to be going about it, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind to be getting an encounter on the other one either. I'm gonna check one, I think, because I thought it was available there. Like where Darumaka is, but apparently not. I guess the funny fun. The one like one-off single stage line Pokemon of Drollydon. Indeed, I was wondering where that dude is, because I thought it was where, like, Darmaka is. Apparently not. I know that it's quite hard to be trying to look for it anyways. He's on Route 10. And of course the best way to be getting it is to be trading a Frostmoth. You know, a Pokemon that you need friendship for. Where in that is it then? It's not on the hidden ones. Not on the visible ones either. Oh, it's hidden encounters in north, they're different. Okay. It doesn't help my Darumaka situation, but I mean there's Toad Starner there. That's quite cool. I love that. Oh yeah, there it is. Hold on. It's indeed there. That's a 1%. It's weird to me that aboveness snow is a possibility from the hidden encounters. But Snowbird is available and divisible in ones. It's ridiculous. But then again, they don't make sense half of the time though. They really don't. Hello, Farfetch'd. Anyways, it's fun that we did get mail right now, and certain dog that doesn't like it. Certain dog that doesn't like it, they did get some mail. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be doing Overgood tomorrow indeed. I would kind of hope that we would be able to get to 950 encounters there, or checks on the good ROM. I would wish that. Because we're currently at 880, so it is possible. It is quite a rough one though, but it's possible considering that we have a quite a bit shorter path there now since I've been finding so many alphas there. So, you know, it is a possibility that, like, going on there for too much longer than usual. Or how long, ever long I want to be going, you know. It shouldn't be that bad. It shouldn't be that bad. Oh, I see the encounter for the other one. How dare you be so many encounters? They're not working correctly. I was kind of like to be getting a Pokemon game that introduces like a ridiculous amount of new Pokeballs. It thankfully doesn't need to be like they add a ridiculous amount of them, considering that they have made like some of the Pokeballs that were rare easier to gauge, or like anyways available in games nowadays. Like what I like to say sometimes to be Apricot Pokeballs, but also Kurt's Pokeballs. Like those are like one of those things that it's quite nice that they are available because they give more options. Would I also kind of wish that there would be more Pokeballs that would be having special effects when you throw them out? Yes. Yes, I would. Because imagine having things like that. It's like if we don't have like seals or something like along those lines, I think like having Pokeballs to be like having special like things or for them when you throw them out would be nice. I don't think that I would still want to be getting anything to the like Pokeball, Great Ball, Ultra Ball, Master Ball things. I think I would like it to be just like with, for example, right now with Luxury Ball and Heal Ball, for example. Like just to expand it for more Pokeballs would be nice. As I said, make them feel more special because, like, of course, there's the thing that Lure Ball works on Pokemons that you have cast a line on, aka our fishing aid. The unfortunate thing is that it's not really a thing nowadays, is it? It's like some Pokeballs that like do the same thing. I know a lot of people complain that there is too many things for water. For Pokeballs, there's Lure Ball, there is Net Ball, there is Dive Ball. They all work differently, but at the same time they all have something to do with water. Knitball has the more capture chance on water and bug types. Water and bug types indeed. It's lure ball with fishing. Dive ball if it lives underwater. Which is still probably the strangest, like, saying, like, what does it boost? Because, like, is it specifically, like, dive Pokemon? Because diving really isn't a thing in Pokemon games. It is every once in a while, but it is quite often that you're not seeing it. So, like, how do you know sometimes that, you know, Dive Ball would be effective on Pokemon? Because, like, as I said, diving really isn't a thing. It is available in, like, few games, but apart from that, it's, like, nowhere to be seen. It's just quite unfortunate. Because, of course, it can't be, like, water types, but as I said, like, I don't know. Make it something, like, understandable. Because, like, you can't be saying that it's, like, all fish Pokemon, for example. Because there is other Pokemon slash animals that do be living in water that are not fish specifically. Because, like, I would like to say that the Pokemon like Delmice could be working for each, because, you know, it's an anchor. It would be, you know, in the water most of the time at least. And it is first found with fishing, I'm pretty sure. It has been keeping that on. It's a shame that there's, like, so many, like, fishing, either almost only or completely only fishing Pokemons, because, like, it's not easy to add every single one of them to be in newer Pokemon games, since, you know, no fishing and such. Some of them can be added, but not all of them. I know Relicanth really doesn't fit best to this, but something like that. Relicanth is usually either fishing or diving. I think, like, one of the only exceptions that I can think of is that it's available in Crown Tundra. But then again, most of the fossils are available in Crown Tundra. So yeah. It's quite a good amount of the fossils that are indeed available in there. So yeah, like, that makes sense, because even though it's specifically not a fossil Pokemon, first of all, it's kind of based on very old fish. And also it has the usual thing of, like, fossil Pokemon, that they are more likely to be male than female. To explain why there isn't too many of them, mostly, but yeah. I think Relicanth could be, like, one of those, like, not fossil Pokemon, you know? I think it should be more of a thing that I know that it's a thing of fossil Pokemon be from like fossils. But I would wish that there would be more Pokemon like Relicanth that could be working as a fossil Pokemon even though it's not from a fossil. And it would be quite nice. Because I will say another Pokemon that is like, for me, like, it kind of would fit into being a fossil without being a fossil is Shuckle. I don't know why. It could be again because it's, you know, relatively rare Pokemon. And the way that you encounter it as well, it's quite unique. At least at first, like when it was introduced. So like, yeah. But then again, I guess any Pokemon that feels like it's old could be a fossil Pokemon. I just hope when they are gonna be next adding up new fossil Pokemon that they would be still sticking to they don't need to be rock types. A theme. Would be quite nice. Be quite nice indeed. I'm not that upset about it myself that I know a lot of people are. I still don't like that most of the fossils, you know, are rock types. But I will say that most of them still make kind of sense. But, like, it would be nice. Also, you gotta wonder, like, if there's gonna be a Pokemon, like a chess game, based on something like Alola or Chodo, for example, is there gonna be like something in those games that would be considered to being like fossil without being a fossil? Considering the fact that, you know, in both Alola and Chodo there are no fossils. It's gonna be the case, you know. Yeah, interesting to know, would that be. And it's interesting to also know, like, how long time ago were fossil Pokemon a thing as well? Like, how long time ago were they a thing? Because, you know, Legends Arceus, it's pretty, like, old time compared to, like, what is it nowadays? And, you know, it did have, like, the fossils to be fossils on the wall. I still think that it's a quite a neat, like, little detail, though, of those games. Be having, you know, the funny thing of funny things. Like having an Easter egg that like how it was like odd nowadays, like from the Grand Underground and like cracking the walls and stuff. I think it's pretty niche. I quite like it. I quite like it indeed. Maybe one day, maybe one day. Maybe one day we know what Pokemons were very old, you know. Gotta check out that Swirlix as well. Do you have the funny aura around it? So not the end of the world if I don't remember to do it, but it would be good to be doing it anyways. It's a good amount of Farfetch indeed. The day I'm soon out of the moves with you. Soon out of the moves with you. Encounter you now. You and your funny boosted aura thingamathing. I think it would be quite interesting to see a Pokemon game that has, you know, overworld Pokemons. And they're like, you know, they have a chance to be shiny and such. I think it would be quite interesting that if they would be having a chance to be showing it when, like, before you encounter it, you know. It would only work if they would be going back to like what they did do in Sword and Shield, of course, but it could be interesting. They have a chance to be showing off to be shiny in the overworld. But they still could be shiny without like showing that they are, you know, kind of like what Pokeradar does. There is a chance that you could be getting randomly a shiny from a non-shiny batch. That's a possibility. Is it unlikely? Yes. But it's a possibility nonetheless. Which is quite cool, honestly. That they did have that to be a thing. I mean, I don't know why they would like specifically prevent you from getting each. Guess that would be also kind of weird. But it suspects the question, like, why is it working like that though? Like, why is it like the ones that are affected by it are gonna be showing to be like shiny there, but the random ones orange? Of course, because they're random. It's just interesting. Very interesting to think about. How interesting would it be that if in a Pokemon game at some point, like usually one of the more common Pokemons would be, for whatever reason, hard to find. I mean, it's technically the case already, for the reason being that, you know, some areas, for whatever reason, the more common one is rarer there, you know, but like in general, like in the region as a whole, like let's say like Rattata, it's quite common in the games that it's in. Like, what if it, for whatever reason, it would be in one game and it would be one of the rarest things to be finding? I mean, it wouldn't necessarily make sense because usually, like, rarer ones are better Pokemon. But then again, there is Pokemons like Farfetch that are ridiculously rare, but they're not the best as a Pokemon. Not the best as a Pokemon, you know. I'm not saying that Farfetch was bad, I never did see it as a bad Pokemon, I just always found it to be like disappointing by how like rare it is. Of course I understand like the lore behind it, like why it is rare, but at the same time like I don't know, make it at least a little bit more common. So I wouldn't mind it, you know. I mean, they still do that, like having weak Pokemons to be hard to find without like guaranteed locations. Like, I would like to say that Applin, for example, is one of those Pokemons. Like, it has a few guaranteed locations in Scarlet and Violet, for example, but apart from that, it's quite rare to be finding, and it's a bad Pokemon to use. Surely, like in Sword and Shield, for example, even though I didn't want to evolve it before I actually did get my hands on the item myself, because I didn't even know that there was a trade. Or like story thing for it, you know? But yeah. Like, why are they so rare? Considering that in Paldea they're like ridiculously everywhere. Or not like everywhere, but they are like in easy enough location and they do be there quite common. Apart from, of course, from Syrupy Apple, but at the same time, there is a stand for it. And there's apples nearby, so you know it's not the end of the world. Nice double counter. Let's go. I know that there is good theories behind like why most of the Unova Pokemons evolve Soul Age. And it goes more or less because they didn't need to evolve. Like, you know, but at the same time it's It's quite unfortunate though, because I will say that for me that makes some of the Unova Pokemon to be annoying. Because, they evolve so late, so like... Do you want to be using like Ruffledge for so long? Before it evolves? It's not as bad nowadays, of course, with the XP candies and like... I will say easier ways to be getting levels and stuff. But it's still a little unfortunate though. Like, why? Is it a thing? Why is it a thing indeed? It's sad. I would still wish for, specifically for the pseudo legendaries, that there would be like a nice balance from the first stage to second stage evolution, and also there to be enough time to use the second evolution, because it is like unfortunate that I understand that they are kind of like meant to be rare Pokemon. They are powerful when they are fully evolved. That's understandable, but I would just kind of wish that there would be like a rare thing that you could be finding earlier on. So then that for me would be like making sense why they have such a high evolution like levels. And yeah, I mean it has always been my problem that I just don't like when you're getting a Pokemon that is like literally gonna be evolving the next time that it gets a level. Like, sure, it's nice to be getting a strong Pokemon, but at the same time, for me, then the first stage will be losing some value. Like, I don't like it as much. I don't care about it as much because, like, I can't be using it for more than one battle before it starts to be evolving. Like, I understand, like, that's a thing, but it would be nice if it wouldn't be. Would be quite nice in my opinion. Of course, like, there is the thing that you could be always just not to be evolving it, but at the same time, like, the problem is that there isn't too many games that you can easily choose that option. It's always Everstone, but at the same time, do you want to waste your item slot for each? Because if you don't, you need to just spam the... But I will still say that I think it was quite a nice way that it was shown in the anime though. Like, why, like, what does Everstone do and stuff like that. I liked it. I will say though that I'm kind of wondering where's the Everstone though? Like, where is the Everstone? It's unfortunate that it's not really shown too much after the fact that, people of Dusk get it, It's quite unfortunate indeed. But hey, doobie what it doobie though. Doobie what it doobie indeed. Another one, nice. I will say I'm glad that one kind of trend is... It's not as big as it used to be. And it was when, you know... everyone was making like... content about scary games, and there was, of course, like... a lot of people that didn't like it. So I remember like like 8 or 9 years ago, it was a big thing that like everyone was doing like scary game content, and it just was like unfortunate like why people did do them if they didn't enjoy to do them. As I said, I'm glad that it's not as big of a thing as it used to be. Like, surely they do be playing the scary games every once in a while, but it's definitely not as big as it used to be. But yeah, it is unfortunate that it was indeed the case for a little while. Or actually it was for quite a good amount of years. I remember that there was like so many people that I did watch like before that point that they did make like quite a good amount of content about whatever things, but then they did switch into like making a bunch of like scary game content, which was unfortunate. I think one reason also like why like scary games they're not played as much like nowadays is because of the thing called making things to be more like kid friendly content, even though that's not like your main thing. But you still want to like kind of like go for it that like everyone can watch it, you know? But yeah, it'll be what it do be though. As I said, nothing wrong with playing like scary games, it's not my thing. It's not my thing to be playing scary games. Do I sometimes play like scary modes or like other games? Yes. But like I don't necessarily want to be playing too many scary games. It's every once in a while that like interesting one pops up, and then I'm like thinking about do I want to play it or not for like weeks. Like, this seems interesting, but do I actually like it enough to be playing it? Because, you know, I don't want to be playing, or I don't want to be buying games for not to be playing them, you know? If I buy a game, I want to be actually be playing it, you know? It's like kind of why I don't get like buying old games just to like keep them in the perfect condition and never playing them thing. I understand that like collecting things is a thing, and that's completely understandable, but at the same time, like, why spend so much money on games if you're not gonna even be playing them? Like, I understand like if you want to be playing a specific version and it's like expensive and stuff, but I don't know. I also am quite glad that it's not that big of a thing that games mostly aren't as expensive as they were like few years ago. They were like ridiculously expensive. Because I will say that it is quite silly to be buying things if you're not gonna be using it, playing it or using it in other ways, you know. Because I just think that it's a kind of a waste of money, personally. Of course, like some things are like meant to be like collectibles, like I don't know, paintings. They're like meant to be collectibles, but then again, the main point of the thing is to be like actually be watching it. Then again, like why? Sometimes. Also, it's annoying sometimes as well that like you have watched a video about a game like years ago, and then you want to be going to play them, and then you still remember like everything that did happen. You know, it's very unfortunate. You're just remembering everything that happens there. I know it's not a problem for everyone, but for me it is kind of the problem with like certain things I do be remembering quite well. That's why I would wish that I wouldn't be having that, because then I could be like, you know, be replaying games and not remember everything. I guess I said like games like that I enjoy every once in a while is like puzzle games. I like them, but the problem is that I can't personally be really replaying them because I tend to remember how things work. Because I like to, you know, play some tricky games every once in a while to, you know, use my brain. Use my brain indeed like that. Oh, it's meant to encounter the other one first, but I guess I can wait until something spawns after you then. It's actually meant to be doing that, but I guess I just did go past the other dude. Yes, I did. No, it's a Stuffle anyways. But hey, good to know. You're gonna be testing out a thing if you have been going for it. I'm gonna be testing it out indeed. Also, I understand it's sometimes frustrating to be watching people not to be doing things, you know, the most optimal way. I know it's frustrating sometimes indeed. But I just don't really get why some people are like very fixated on like being very upset that someone isn't using the most optimized method for something. Because like, why does it matter? You know? Because it was like at one point like very frustrating to be watching I guess some Minecraft related content because it was like the comments were like just saying why don't you do this and this, and it just like feels bad for me because like does it really matter how the other person does things? I know that I don't do my shiny hunts the most optimal way, but then again, like, I like them. I like them indeed. So, it's not that big of a deal for me. But yeah. It's just weird things though. Of course, like, I understand it in the concept that if you would be like speedrunning something, then of course, like, trying to do the most optimal thing would be actually mattering, you know? Like, in games in general, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter how you will be doing things. Do whatever way is the one that you like. Whatever it is that you like, indeed. So then you can enjoy the game the most. Also, I'm very sad about one thing. I think I talked about it before, but I still say like a year ago there was a release, like an early access demo for one game, and there hasn't been like anything after that, which is a shame because it like seems like a very nice game and I would like to play it. That's why I would kind of wish that if there would be like early access game like available, that it would be somewhat close to when it's planned to be releasing, so you know, you don't need to be waiting for years. Then again, I guess it's kind of a thing of nowadays. Things are real like said that they're gonna be happening like years before they actually are out. It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Because then like you're waiting and waiting and waiting and either don't want or don't care about the game anymore. Or be disappointed that it's so bad even though it did take years to be playable. But yeah. Because I think that is the game that I did play like, as I said, like a year ago. I'm pretty sure that it still doesn't have like, at least at the time that I did play it, it didn't have like at least like estimate like when it is gonna be released. I don't think that it still like has it. I don't think that it does. It is very interesting to see though if it's gonna be end up being released or not. I hope that it's gonna be, because it seems like a very nice game. I quite like it. So I would wish that it would be, you know, be released. Like hopefully in the next few years or so. Or at least give like more updates. I will say though that I personally like that when there is some updates. I don't like when like there is gonna be like daily updates. I don't know why I don't like them, but I guess I would like to hear more at once, you know. I guess that's my thing. Yeah, I guess I would like just hear like more things at once. I guess that is like my problem with things like this. But yeah, it is sometimes so ridiculous that some games they are waiting either a certain update or another part on the series thing for like a little years. Like 10 years or even more sometimes. It has been talked about like so long time ago and it kind of never did get anywhere. And as I said, that is kind of a problem sometimes when, you know, there is going to be games that are said that they are going to be having sequel or whatever thing happening. They take too long a time to actually be having it out. Getting people to be disappointed in it and such. Three more Farfetch I can see with you. Then I'm out of moves. Then I do be out of moves, indeed. Oh, that was fast. Nice. See fast ones. I don't know why this only just now occurred to me, but Wobbuffet's feet, I guess, they look odd. They do look off. Of course, like, what can you really be doing with a punching bag? I guess like to be floating would be one thing. But you know, you can make only so many things to float. And then I guess the shadow check thing doesn't really make that much sense, but it's Pokemon. It makes sense so many times anyways. Pokemon games always make the most amount of sense. Like the most sense that I did get like recently in Pokemon games is that for whatever reason now I can fly to this route. I don't know why it decided to like let's activate the thing. Like I didn't notice it today, like huh? It's not like I haven't been in this route. I guess I haven't been too close to the daycare or the what is it? The campsite thing there. I guess that could be the reasoning. At the same time, it just feels strange. Because I don't think that I did do anything, you know? It's like randomly now available there. I don't know why. Random? Yeah, nice, per. Esper, you do be one of the strangest Pokemons for me. To be quite a unique one indeed. But very strange. So I don't know why, but I kind of want to see like what is indeed based on. Oh, Drifloon. Sure. I don't remember what it would be based on. It's dual type Pokemon, no way. Imagine if like Pokemons that have gender differences would be evolving but their evolution would be the same. That would be certainly interesting. Oh, nice. Boosted Minchino. I guess literally it's just based on bottlers and maids, so I was thinking that would be having like some sort of a... Would be something like based on like some animal, but it could be that it's not. It's just like an understandable thing that they are based on, but at the same time there usually is at least some kind of like animal there as well, but yeah. Or like something else. It's usually not really based on like specifically from from humans. Like the humans aren't really the inspiration. There is some that are more or less about them. They're mostly fighting types though that are like, you can clearly say that they are based on like humans almost. At least most of the case almost only on humans. But indeed it could be having like something. Could be having like some animal there. Like there is definitely like Pokemons that they're based on like certain like animals or whatever things, but they don't seem to like look like it at all. It doesn't seem to be looking like it at all. But yeah, do be what it do be though. Maybe one day. One day we'll be having knowledge. The last Farfetch that you will be seeing today. Need to switch the Pokemon. Because you have run out of moves. Guess I could be just switching it back there. Still gonna be encountering you first. Before another one spawns in. Or another one spawns in indeed. I was just wondering, could there be... I mean there could be, but would be cool to be having ability like what Marini has, like if it is indeed poisoned, it is gonna be having a critical hit thing. I think it would be quite cool. The problem is that like, how do not make it too broken? Of course, like the thing is that you need to be wasting one turn to be poisoning it. And since you can't be really having two abilities, you can't be doing it for steel types. You know? At least like easily. Maybe there's like a way to be making steel type not to be a steel type anymore, but it would be like wasting another slot. on your moveset though. Be like that indeed. Also, it has been hilarious how much lately I have been recommended videos about like doing this and this thing before you can't do them anymore. And they are like almost all of them are Pokemon related things, and they are of course like definitely something to do with the situation that the 3DS will be shutting down basically completely. It's just like I understand it, but at the same time, like, why? I mean, I guess if you want to move them up from the original games, that's, you know, fair enough. But like, apart from that, like, I don't really care myself. Like, sure, could there be the possibility that like Friend Safari is not gonna be working anymore? Because I have heard like people doing that now because what if you can't do them anymore? Because I mean, honestly, fair enough in that, but it's still like a little strange though. I don't think that there is any Pokemon that is like only way to get it is through Friend Safari. And again, I don't really know too much about it. I don't know too much about it, but it's just like a weird thing. I understand like it's a one that people like to do. But at the same time, like, as I said, I don't think that there is, at least, if there is any Pokemon's exclusive to there. As I said, I don't think that there is. Like, surely you can find like some like fully evolved Pokemons there or middle stage evolutions there. It's not like they are like only there, you know? It's not like they are only there. There we go. Of course, I understand the thing that I have the thing as well for myself with my shinies that if it's like a reasonable possibility to be finding them in the wild, like the evolution, I want to be going for it. Like, rather than evolve myself. Because I just find it cooler to be finding it, you know, in the wild. I just find it cooler than to be available in the wild and see how they are there. But yeah. With starters, it's quite hard to be finding though, like the middle evolution really in the wild, because it's not like they are really available in the wild in the first place. And the other thing is that there is indeed Friend Safari. I know that lots of people use it for that, to be getting the middle stage starters, but at the same time, I don't know. It's a cool feature, I will say, but I don't know if I personally would be liking it myself too much. I think my problem with it, even though I understand why it is the way that it is that there's only like few Pokemon there. I like variety myself. I guess that would be my main issue with it. That there is not enough variety for my liking. I just like to see like variety of Pokemons. That's why I usually personally don't like to hunt on the first few routes of the game. Because of, you know, the due to be there. Dues to be there are so limited. Of course I understand it, but at the same time, like, usually the first few route Pokemon are also available pretty much everywhere. So that's another thing that I don't really see a reason to be going for that. If you, for whatever reason, don't want to do like shiny hunt every Pokemon on the first route first and then move on like that, then I understand it. It's a tedious process to do for sure, but then again, people do be doing tedious things anyways. I know one thing that some people do is to try to get a shiny from each route, which is also like interesting. Unfortunately, it's not like in newer Pokemon games there is that many routes to be having there, because you know there is not that many routes available in the first place. And the second thing is that second thing is that there's like a lot of other places. Like I am right now, not right now, but I did start at some point the like I want to be getting a shiny on each route in this game. I have a shiny charm on that file, so it's not that bad. But I think I will be adding like every single other location there as well, like not every single wild area location, but like something like the Galar Mines or Limwood, for example, will be added to that. But yeah, I'm not gonna be doing like every single area on the wild area, because that's gonna be taking a while to do if I do decide to do it. Game, please. I don't want to be seeing DDs. Here we go. Need to put some more clothes on because I was getting cold. I wonder when I will be personally be experiencing the thing of you did like do some artwork or something when you were in school and you would like to see it. Because you know it's quite likely like when you get older. Of course the thing is that do you remember them is another thing. Like, I wonder when that is the thing, because I will say that even though I understand why parents do it, I still find it kind of weird to be like having so many artworks and everything like that after a very long time. It's just, it's odd. As I said, I understand it, but it's just like, why though? I guess I will say that not everything that I did make as a kid, they were good. That's another thing that I would wish that my mom was more like honest about, honestly. And I understand that if or if your child like shows you something, you need to like it and stuff. But sometimes when I did say that this looks ugly, they were like, no, it looks good, and I'm like, no. That's why I hated that as like the schools that I did go to. They like made you take your artwork with you. It's just like I don't want them personally, and I don't ever want to get reminded of them, you know? At least like when I was a child, so I'm like thinking when I will be hitting that point that I would like to see them again, even though I'm pretty sure that it's quite impossible for me to be seeing the artwork that I did do when I was in school. I understand that it's like a necessary subject to be having, like, to be able to draw and stuff. At the same time, like, when I think about it, I just think that it's waste of materials. Like, especially if, like, someone doesn't want to do it, it's just a waste of materials. And it's like one of those things that it's just... I find it weird that it's graded. Like... Art, people see differently. Like, it's just weird. It's just this thing that I think that you should just be getting like a pass or fail grade from that instead of like actual grade. Because like the people that don't care about it, they won't care about it. And still people that want to be doing like the best that they can, they will still be doing the best that they can, you know. It's just like, why? I anyways hated all the like things that we needed to make on like arts. It was so bad. I hated like almost all of them. They were always so boring. I was never inspired in school to do them. That's another issue with me that I just didn't enjoy it because like I didn't have any inspiration in school for doing anything. And I just think that that's not how it's supposed to be. I understand it's like a good thing to be showing kids that hey, you can do this, but at the same time, like, I'm so glad that it was like an optional thing after the 7th grade. It wasn't like mandatory on 8th and 9th grade. I'm so glad it wasn't. Because I wouldn't have liked it at all. And the thing was as well that we weren't really taught like good techniques as well. Which I found very strange that like the teachers weren't actually trying to teach you anything. That's why I think it's super strange that you're getting a grade of it. Because the teacher isn't even like showing like how you are supposed to be doing something or like what is more or less the correct way to do it, you know? Because like I don't think that I was ever taught how to use clay. And we were meant to be doing like something with clay, like I don't know how. And it's not like we were allowed to be watching a tutorial or anything like that. There was no books either, so like you could be learning from them. It's just like, hey, here is your thing. Learn it by yourself. Which is another thing that I find weird to be like that the teachers are grading. Because like you're not really teaching me anything that I could learn that I can see that you could be grading or giving me a grade for. But I don't know. Because for example, we did have like 2 other like similar like classes as well, or yeah, classes as well. We did have like a wood slash metalwork one. For us it was mostly on wood, but it could be having some metal things. But then the teacher would always be like showing how you're supposed to be doing things. And then there was like one for sewing and like stuff in that direction. And there as well, they were showing like how to do it. I understand that not everything in arts can be really being shown how they are supposed to be done. But for example, like, it would have been cool to know, like, how does clay work? For example, like, how can you make it to be good looking? But no such thing. And the problem was as well that you couldn't really like experiment on things either, because you did only have a set amount of materials to be working with. You can't be having any more. You only did have so much to work with, so like... What's a shame? And then there was the thing that we needed to like do with certain styles things. And the most that I remember from those was that like we were shown like here is like few pictures about the style that you're supposed to be doing. I was like, yeah. It was such a shame. I think I would have probably personally be liking like arts more in school if they would be teaching actually us more. Like actually teaching something about it, like how things work. Because I do still enjoy like drawing and stuff, but I just hated it for school because like the other thing is that I didn't never get like feedback like what's wrong. So like I don't know how even to improve, which is a shame. Because I would like to try and improve, but I really can't because you're not giving me any kind of feedback apart from like, here is a crate for you. Nothing else. It's a shame. And I would wish that it would be the case more often than not that you could be indeed be doing that, getting more feedback. Could it be that I always did have bad teachers? Yes, but still, no matter what, I would appreciate like to know like what I could be doing differently. But then again, can you really say anything about like arts? Because like everyone sees them differently. That's why I said that I think it should be changed to pass/fail thing. Because there was always like in arts we were always working on the same project at the same time. If you did get things done early, there was like a project that you could be doing, or like you could be doing like a project to be getting like your grade better if you were done faster. And then there was the it was like you could be just drawing something in general or like doing something related. So like it was annoying sometimes that sometimes it felt like you didn't have enough time to like concentrate on one thing. And the problem with that was as well that you couldn't be like bringing them to home and then like work on something on home and then, you know, be doing something with that. It's a shame. Yeah, I don't know why, but it seemed like every single arts teacher that I did have, they seemed to always hate me. Like, I don't know why that was the thing, but they always seemed to hate me. Don't know like even what was that about, but anyways. The interesting things though that happen sometimes in schools. But yeah, I personally the like on like arts and crafts things in school, the one that I liked personally the most was the woodwork one. Because I don't care about sewing or anything like that. They are uh, I guess it was more of the the thing again about the projects that we needed to do. I absolutely hated every single one of them. That's why I would wish that we could have been more creative with our choices, but yeah, no, there is like... Here is the things that you need to do them. Yeah, but the only one that I really liked myself was the woodworking one. I like that it could be also because you could have like in certain situations you could be having choices. Like, do you want to be go more with the wood ones or do you want to be adding like metal for that as well? I never did want you if I didn't need you. Like, that was definitely not my thing. But yeah, it wasn't too bad though. Be nicely chilling with that indeed. Of course, there was the problem of course, like with arts and craft things in school is that if you did have like kids around the same age, like you would be getting the same projects. Of course, like nothing wrong with that because like as I said with the woodcrafting or woodwork, there was the thing that most of them were actually useful, so you know you could be actually using them. Like a bowl or something like that, you could actually be using that for something. You could be using the like the sewing projects or whatever things. You could be using them as well, but I never did want to use them because they were ugly. They were very ugly, I didn't want to ever use them. Like, I remember that there was like shorts that we were doing. I hated them because they looked so baggy. They like look that there is no structure in them. But yeah, I didn't ever wear them. But yeah, it was still a nice experience though. I'd like them, but at the same time, like, they were not my thing. It was definitely something different from like usual read from books slash listen to teacher like classes, and they were for me a lot nicer. I like them more. As I said before, obviously probably saying a lot of times, I'm not the type of person that learns from books. I'm really not. Like most of the things that I did learn from school, I don't remember them. I think I honestly wouldn't be remembering anything at all if there wouldn't be like some like, you know, questions and stuff like that you would actually need to like solve things for. If it would like just be read these things and then answer questions things. If my school would have been like that, I think I would be remembering even less things than I do. Because I know that there is like things that they weren't really any like questions about it, so like I don't remember them at all. Which is a shame. But you know, to be what it do be, what can you really do? There's been a lot of talk over the years that the way that they teach in school it should be switching, like in general. I know it's gonna be costing more money to be having like books online, but at the same time it would be so helpful to be having books online, not just have like textbooks. Like, it's not that necessary because the thing is that at least like wherever I have been, the books were very old. Like you're being taught like sometimes outdated stuff because they just didn't have any new books. Like I don't mind that we were taught like sometimes like few years old stuff. But like sometimes it was over 5 years. Because like they don't want to be buying new books. So like you are probably gonna be learning outdated stuff. Which they weren't that big of a deal for most or some of the classes, because some things they just don't change. There might be some new things added, but you can say them, but like the thing that you are learning doesn't change in itself. As I said, maybe more things are added, but yeah. Then there was like some things that I would wish that we would have been getting more new knowledge on and not use 5-year-old books on. But yeah. And honestly, I will say that if we would be going for books to be online thing, the good thing about that is that in some situations you could be getting more room to your school for with that. Because then you don't need to have that big of like storage place for things. You could be using it for something else. I don't know, can you really make a new classroom out of that, but you could be doing something. Could be so many things that could be done better, but stuck to the old ways we do be. Stuck to the old days we do be, unfortunately. hello, Minchino. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What could be done with the things sometimes? Certainly some things could be done. Most definitely. But probably at some point it will be updated. It's gonna be in the next 20 years is another question though. Yeah. But I didn't notice like when I was closer to graduating from for me at that point it was like the mandatory part of school. I did notice that things did get like more modern, I guess. Like there was more like phones involved in class and computers. Like you were able to write more things with like essays with computer instead of like writing them to the paper, which I will say that I liked. Because oh god, like even though at that point I was like writing a lot with the hand, like if I would be needing to writing an essay with hand that would be like multiple pages long, it would be hurting. And like there is of course like a good thing with that as well, to be able to write essays like with the computers, is that they are easier to check that have you actually been writing things. And like for the writer itself, it's easier to see like is there have you like written enough? Because like if you are doing handwriting, like if you're said that you need to do like let's say 3 pages long of an essay, how much of the handwriting is gonna be playing a part? Because not always it was said like what is the size of handwriting. Because like you could just be writing very big letters and then you would be feeling the 3 pages easier than if you would be writing smaller text. So yeah, it's very nice. It is very nice indeed. I guess one thing that is honestly bad about like having the right things on like online is that it's harder to actually see if the person is good at writing or is the program helping you write correctly, you know? But I will say that is it always that necessary that you're writing like the correct way though? Like surely there is situations where it's like important that you are writing correct things, but is it most of the time that necessary that you're like writing correctly? I don't think that is that necessary, you know. But then again, at least in Finnish, it's the case sometimes that that since most of the programs are made to work in English first, that not every language works the best apart from the original language. So you still need to know how things work. You know, you still need to know how things work. Like, for example, some cases, like the program is gonna be saying you that this thing should be like this, but then you're like, no, it's wrong. So, like, there's that thing still that you are kind of still in charge of what happens and stuff like that, but it's definitely helping. Then there's the annoying things that sometimes when there is like an autocorrect thing, you can change the language of it. And then it's like saying that that's not an actual word, but then you're like, you're autocorrecting the wrong language. Trying to fix wrong language, yeah, so yeah, that is incorrect because that word doesn't exist. Which is annoying to me sometimes when I'm using like words that they're like correct terms to use, but at the same time they are not like pure Finnish words, so they are more or less from straight away from English. And then the program is like, no, that's incorrect, and I'm like, but there is no such thing as Finnish version for this word. Because it would be making it wrong. As I said, my field is quite good in that because, programming and stuff like that. It is quite likely that you will be, using English terms for things because there is no such thing as a Finnish term, and also because most of the things anyways work in English. Because like if you're searching something, I tend to use English. Because first of all, I can't be thinking of the Finnish word for it, and the second thing is that you can find more information in English. One thing that did bother me with some people when we did have like group projects was that I always said that I would prefer if everything would like code-wise be in English. And then there was like one person that did write things in Finnish, and then I'm like, why? And also it did bother me every single time when people didn't use like in bigger projects they didn't use like describing names. The names were nonsense. And then you would need to try and figure out yourself like what is this used for? I mean, I know that I do it sometimes as well, but at the same time, if I'm doing like a small thing, it doesn't necessarily matter for that. Is the name like good? But if you're doing like a bigger project, it would be very nice to know things. But then again, when you're copy-pasting something, you might not be remembering to switch out names, but it still would be very nice. if you ask me. At least you know everything is same language. Because as I said, I prefer personally English. I know that not everyone in Finland is good with English, but at the same time, I think if you're gonna be going for programming thing, English would be a very good language to know. Because then, like, let's say that the company does start to be only in Finnish, but what if, like, stuff happens and it turns to English? You know? Because I will say that I don't know too many, like, games that are from here that would be only in Finnish. Because the thing is that they don't really sell too well. There's not that many people in the world who be speaking Finnish. So they tend to be having some sort of features that would be working in English as well. I know that there's like games that like have like Finnish voice acting only, but then they have like subtitles that aren't the greatest always. They're okay, but they are not the best. But you know, it at least gives you something to work on. At least gives you something to be working on, indeed. Also, I always can notice, you know, when game is translated in certain way to Finnish. Because there is like certain words that, you know, they are correct to be used, but at the same time they are not the ones that we would be using. Like, for example, sometimes when there is like a language option, it's like one of the best ones to be using as an example. That like there is the language option that the language of Finnish that is written in Finnish, it is correct term, but at the same time, as I said, we don't use that word. Oh. Like, it's not the wrong term, it's just that, like, we don't use the term, usually. But I guess sometimes it can be also be made like that because they just think that like it's wrong, and then they try to use another word to like make it right, you know. And the funny thing is that sometimes when they are trying to be describing Finnish language in a language setting, instead of like saying Finnish language, they are saying Finnish person. Like, that is the way that I know sometimes, like, how they have done the Finnish translation to games. Usually if it says that it's Finnish person instead of Finnish language, you know that you're in very good hands of understanding what things are supposed to be saying. I know that there's like the things in like Finnish as there is in English or pretty much in every language. I would like to say that there is like two words or one word for two different things. I mean, there's also the case that two words for one thing as well, but yeah, it is sometimes fun to see that they are in wrong place. Or like sometimes it's the case that there is only one Finnish word for, or one English word that they try to do in two different places, but in Finnish they are like two different words. I have used before an example of fire as making fire and fire as shooting an ammo. They sometimes, if they want to be, or if they want to be translating it to Finnish, they might be mixing up which one is which could be explained by, you know, just having it in the wrong spot on the code, but yeah, it is sometimes weird like that though. It do be. And sometimes it's interesting that even though there's like two like similar words for one thing, they decide to use like, even though there's like other options, they decide to use like similar sounding to another word in like Finnish translations. That's why I wish that more games, if they will be having like translation to another language apart from like what they were originally in, that they would be having someone that actually speaks that language to be checking if it's good. But yeah, it do be like that. I know that it, you know, costs money and stuff like that, but sometimes it would just be good. And I know that some people might be doing it even for free. Is there too many of those? Probably not, but it still is, you know. It still is indeed. I did speak about this before, but I like thought of another thing to be adding into it is that be fishing this first. Is that like I was talking about people being upset that another person isn't doing the most optimal thing about whatever it shall be? Is that I don't understand why it's like indeed like going with that is that I don't understand it like why some people are upset about people doing in games things manually more than like automating everything. Because I will say that I appreciate doing some things manually myself. Either because like setup being an automatic one is gonna be hard to do and I don't really see it to be worth it. Or because I just want to be doing them manually anyways. Of course, like, I don't mind automating, like, annoying things. It's completely understandable because, like, I just don't care about them anymore to do them manually, but yeah. Because I just feel like if you want to automate everything, like stuff like that, then why not to just go ahead and play like Cookie Clicker or something like that and automate everything there? Because you know, sometimes there is some things in games that you actually want to be personally be doing, not let everything to be automated. It is quite fun like that. Oh, hello there. Trying to hide there, my friend, I see. One thing that I absolutely love about that comes even more apparent when, you know, winter times hit slash snow anyways, is that people start to drive ridiculously, like, careful. Like, they're ridiculously careful about their driving. Like, I know that there are situations that you need to go somewhere. Like, you have to go somewhere in certain situations, but at the same time, like, it's such a risk to be driving slowly. Like, yesterday we were, like, you know, driving, even though I can't drive, but anyways. We were driving indeed in a road that you're supposed to be going like right now, like 80 kilometers per hour, and there was a person that was going 50. It was like, what? Like, you're driving so much under the limit, like, it's ridiculous. And like, now I can even make the argument, at least soon, that, you know, you could be going from the smaller road that goes like to the same place anyways. It's gonna be soon switched that it's gonna be like, in this city it's gonna be 50 kilometers per hour. It is right now in most places still 60 kilometers per hour, but it's gonna be changed to 50, so like, if you don't want to be driving on the highway, then, you know, you don't have to. You can go the smaller road and not, you know, be a risk there. Because you're anyways gonna be driving slowly. It's just like, why? It's so dangerous to be going too low below the speed limit. Like, I understand in some situations during the winter times, especially like if a road is, like, say you can go 100, then you're gonna be going 80 kilometers per hour instead. First of all, because like that's the max that trucks should be going, so like that's understandable. Like, you can expect that there might be some that are driving that. And also, like, understandable, you know, but it's just like ridiculous sometimes that people go so slowly in roads. It's so dangerous. It's just like, why? As I said, like, if you don't have to go somewhere and you're afraid of the weather, then don't go. Also, there's the thing that since like last couple of winters, they haven't been like fully winters, if you ask me. In quotes, they haven't been normal. You know. So since there is new drivers around, they don't know how to drive on winter. Nothing much, Jay. Quite fine, thanks for asking. How are you? No, I didn't mean to encounter you, but anyways. I just thought that there was Farfetch. I will need to encounter something. Nice. What's special about that? Special about that game? Or is there anything special about it? Usually in fan games there's something special about it. Yeah, that's quite a popular thing that I have seen be done for quite a good amount of games. Adding more Pokemons from generations that they don't have. Which is quite nice if you ask me. Because I will say that sometimes in certain older Pokemon games you really didn't have options. So it's nice to be having options. Or like if you did have an option, it was so late that it's basically not an option. Have you been enjoying the game so far? Nice. Is it one of those like fan games that there is like a lot of them nowadays that have like built-in feature if you want to do a Nuzlocke? It's quite a popular thing like nowadays to be adding to fan games. Oh, okay. And of course you can always make any Pokemon game to be a Nuzlocke, but it's a thing that I have seen to be added to quite a good amount of fan games that is like lately has been like being able to play that they are adding like automatically Nuzlocke things because Nuzlocks are so popular to do nowadays. I understand the appeal of them, but not for me. And not for me, indeed. Do you know is that one of those fan games that has like different shinies than usual? Yeah. I kind of understand why they want to be including them like different shinies than what we normally have, but at the same time I find it quite weird. It could be because I'm like used to the shinies as they are. Like in my mind, just make a regional variant if you want to be having a different shiny. Hello there. How are you doing? As well, hope you're having a good day. Nice. Thanks for the lux. No, indeed is shiny charm. But it was over odds. It was the second one in a row. And I was just confused. Back to back shinies to be 5%. Not like anything like more common could be found. With the Livani cheese. That little Flannery fight. Nice though. Yeah. I decided that, you know what, Sinistre is, authentic Sinistre is gonna be a pain anyways. Let's just have a charm. Like, yeah, no thank you. Oh. I mean, yeah, seems like a pretty good one. Yeah, it is. It is indeed. Like, it is one of those Pokemons that I would wish that we would be having more grass and box types, but the problem is that they are so bad. I mean, if they would be making one to be strong, then that could be like a good one, a nice one to be having, you know? But you never know. Maybe one day. I mean, it is quite possible because they have been making like kind of good bugs lately. I don't know too much about Gen 9, but Gen 7 and Gen 8 were quite good for bugs. Nice. I thought that you did start a new hunt lately. Yeah, still good luck with that. Hope it shines relatively quickly. Do you have any hunts prepared after the Absol? Are you also like trying to do like more of a wintry hunts now that it's, you know, December? Yeah, it is quite. It's not hard, but it's like kind of time consuming. You need to be getting quite lucky. I know. It's a nice feature that they are in the game though. Like you can get more of them. I would wish that you could be... Nice. Let's go. Yeah, the Safari Ball is not like... It's definitely not a good looking Pokeball, but... It's always a good feeling to be getting a Safari game shiny. And catching a Safari Ball though. Yeah, rare things are always nice. There's like so many things in this game, or in Sword and Shield, that they are like nice that you have as an option, but as an actuality they are like so bad. Like, it's nice that we can hunt 4 kinds of fossils, but it is like so bad. Oh, the classic Aaron. Everyone loves Aaron. Yeah, I remember that you did say that. I guess I say it's nice that it's... It is nice that we can hunt indeed for different fossils, but they're such a pain to try and gauge. Like, if you want to farm watts, it's so bad. That's why I think that whenever I will be hunting the fossils in these games... Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous that it's the version exclusive there, I know. The other one is Hoppip slash Skiploom. Because that makes sense. I know, it is ridiculous. Yeah, that's understandable. We did buy... We just bought a bundle. So, you know, it was cheaper. And also because it was the time that the store did anyways have like discounts on like non-like food things. We did get some bonus from that as well. I will still say that I hate how ridiculous it is if you want to be hunting for Moral, you know, the pre-evolution. It's ridiculous how hard it is. I hate it. Like, why is so many like Pokemons nowadays easier to be hunting like fully evolved or the mid stage that it is in? Like the base form. It's ridiculous. Shinotic, yes. Morolul, I'm pretty sure it's only in wild areas, in certain weathers. Most likely. Yeah, it is in Glimwood. It's one of the more common ones there. I think I have... Is it 3 of them? Or do I have more? I have only 2 what? I have 2 Shinotics. And I have 4 Indeedis. Yeah, Galarian Ponyta, it's version exclusive, so understandable that it's forgotten. It's not really available in the base game anywhere. Yeah. I want to double check what is the chance for Shinotic in Glimwood for me. It's different, I think, between Sword and Shield. Guess Galarian Ponyta. I think it's like something like 15% or 20% though. Something along those lines. Yeah, Shinotic is a 15% for me. And I have only 2 of them. I have 4 or 5% Indeedis. Yeah. That makes sense. Because it's 20% in Shield. It just gets 5% off because Ponyta. There's honestly a lot of fewer Pokemon in Glimwood. Or a lot fewer Pokemon that don't change between the versions, because most of them do, because it's version exclusives. Sinistea, Morgrim, and Phantom are always the same between the games. It's like something like Spritzy and Swirlix that are basically the same but version exclusives. It's only like 3 that are. Yeah. Like, it's ridiculous, honestly, the amount of, like, female shinies that I have been getting in Glimwood lately. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Then there's Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd is a funny little guy. Everyone loves Farfetch'd. It changes so much with shiny. Yeah, let's check out my last few faces for Glimwood. They have been in DD and another in DD. Orangur that I'm pretty sure was female. Hattrem that is always female. Another in DD. Then Hattrem and Hattrem. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Morgrim is supposed to be like that. I love it. I just kind of hate the shiny because I have a ridiculous amount of them. It's a nice shiny, it's just, you know. I did get 1 point, I did get a ridiculous amount of Morgrims. It's the most common one. Or one of the most common ones anyway, so like it makes sense, but at the same time, now I haven't gotten a single Morgrim in so many faces. It's ridiculous. Like, my last Morgrim is soon like 10 faces ago. Or is it? No, it is already over. It's 12 faces. Oh god. It's the most common one. Yeah, that's understandable. And why not, you hunt? What do you want, you hunt? But yeah, Sinistea is like one of those hunts that quite a good amount of people want to be getting, because it's one of those, like, you could be going there whenever hunts. Nice. That's quite rare. Yeah. That's very nice. Yeah, rare hunts are that fun of that, like rare Pokemon hunts that are good for that, and I can just, you know, do it whenever. It's a nice hunt to be on the side there. I like it. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, it is a shame. I think there is too many Pokemons, even though I like rare Pokemons in Pokemon games. There's too many rare Pokemons in Sword and Shield that are like new, but they are ridiculously rare. And like, I don't mind rare Pokemon, so I understand why they're a thing, but at the same time, it could be the thing that they are only available after you beat the story, you know, and then to be available in the wild area. Are you scared because it's easy to be missing? That's quite cool. And kind of broken. It's a fan game, yeah. It's a cool feature, but at the same time it's kind of broken. Oh, hello, boosted Stuffle. They are mostly quite nice shinies. Yeah, it's the reason why you're afraid of or scared of Elgium, because you are thinking that you're gonna be failing each. Because if so, completely understandable. It's not the... Yeah, it is. It's not the greatest. Yeah, shiny Ferocity is pretty nice. Yeah, I know, it does change slightly with the whole body, but it's not the one that you're gonna be like noticing. But I guess the good thing is that you can always be using Q-Charm, so it will be a little bit more likely to be there to target. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice that it works indeed. It is indeed such a shame. I don't know. LGM and BHM, they are like... They're weird Pokemons. They are not bad, but they are weird. So they could have been going with quite a goofy color scheme for them anyways. They are like... Yeah, they did. It's unfortunate. I don't like them as much as like some people do, Armorus and Shell Reds, but I understand completely that shinies are not the greatest. Yeah, I don't know, they could have been going with Goofy's color scheme. I just don't like anyways like BHM's like regular colors anyways. I just think that it's odd that it's like brown. Nice. Yeah, female one is like weirdly like one of those weird like version exclusive things that you can find it in the wild in only one game. Yeah, the change is nice, but it would have been cooler. They definitely would have been having quite a good amount of potential. I still kind of think that the base form shouldn't be so close to... The base form shouldn't be so close to, like, the one or the other, you know? I think the base form should be, like, you know, not really either of them. Because base form for me definitely is, like, more of an Armor Rouge than Cheryl Edge. It just shouldn't be, like, a neutral one. Nice. It's a nice and fast one. You love fast hunts. Like, I think, like, Esper is one of the good examples of not really be looking like either of the evolutions, but still making sense. Oh, nice. Was it an uncommon mark or was it like something exciting? I know that uncommon mark it is still like a mark, but it's at the same time it's quite disappointing to be getting it. Oh, that's nice. At least not uncommon. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It is... I hate it as well. I think Minior should be returning. I think Minior should be returning as well. It's just unfortunate because I don't know how Minior would be working in Shinies being in the overworld because, you know, it doesn't really change the shell. Like, how can you tell that it's shiny? Yeah, I like also Minior. It's a shame. It has a cool gimmick. Is it only for each? No, but it at least has to think that it is different colors. Yeah, but they definitely could be doing something for it to be, like, noticeable. Maybe in the overworld it would be always without the shell, for example. It would be easy fix. But then again, there has been more Pokemon that haven't been in the games for longer. Like, Venomoth was quite some time for one of those Pokemons. But I think now the Pokemon that has not been in the games like in forever is Watchog. That line hasn't been in the games in ages. Like available in the wild. Yeah, I always try to go with like Ordinos as well, or something like else that is less rare. It can sometimes be hard though, because they do be lucky to run away. Yeah, I know that a lot of people don't like it because it was annoying with, you know, Team Plasma. Because, you know, annoying music. But yeah, I don't have like anything for each. It's whatever for me. But yeah, I know that there was a lot of people that did hate it because of Team Plasma. And yeah, probably the rarest Mark Shinies that I have ever been getting is also during a badge quest. It was a... is it Spidops, the evolution of Tarantula? The blue thing from Gen 9. It was the Humble. It's a personality mark, so it is rarer than like weather-based ones. Or the uncommon one. It was quite a nice one. It was a long hunt though, it did go over odds. And then literally like few minutes later I did find the next one, even like not even starting it, trying to, you know, run for a little while. But it do be something like that. It is quite a nice one. It is one of those shinies that like definitely like pops out when you see it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind it. It's definitely not my favorites though, but I think I have more of appreciation for the shiny because it was marked. You know, attachment in that. And also, you know, part of the badge quest, so I would be using it anyways. That could be nice. But I will say, personally, in general, I don't know what they did wrong with Gen 9 Pokemons. They are so bad. I mean, Glove is very good. Glove is very good, shiny. Another one that is usually in people's favorites is Orthworm as well. It's a very nice one. Right there. Sure. It is a pretty cool bug. I don't mind it. I have never used it though because I've never been really in that, but if I remember correctly, most of the Gen 9 bugs, they are like bad stat-wise, and you know, it doesn't really help in Paldea to be a bad Pokemon because you can go anywhere and, you know, then the bug is gonna be absolutely destroyed in like harder areas. Like, I would wish that a Gen 9 box would be a little bit better. The ones that you can get like relatively early in the game. It was honestly like a lot fewer bugs in general to be added. It's strange. There was a lot of bugs in general, but they were mostly from other generations. Oh, come on, it was spinning. I was excited to see is it authentic or not. Wow. Mean. Yeah, there is very few. And the thing is that, like, most of them, apart from, of course, the Paradox one, they are quite underwhelming, as I said. I mean, bugs are in general usually quite underwhelming, but like in recent years we have been getting cool bugs. So it would be nice if we would be getting like good bugs. Yeah, they're quite nicely designed mostly. Who doesn't love cute little Choltik? Yeah. It is quite a pretty Pokemon, Volcarona. I don't know why, but there is something about Larvesta's eyes that they look so good. I don't know what it is about those eyes, but they look so good. Yeah, Orbital is a nice shiny. I love it. I have like, what, two of them? One from Dynamax Adventures and one that I did run into because it did have the aura around it and it was shiny. I mean, I'm not saying that Livani is a bad Pokemon, but personally I don't have any experience with it. It's not really in too many games. It's a cool Pokemon, disappointing shiny though. Why? The middle evolution is definitely my favorite of that line as shiny. Looks so cool. The first one is fine. Livani is... why? Could have been so much cooler. Yeah. Well, I would like to say that someone on Game Freak, but... Nice name. Yeah, it's a very nice name. Very fitting for Livani. But I will say one thing that is quite unfortunate about Livani though, even though it's quite nice that you can get it so early. But most of the time, if you have, you know, Swaddle, it will evolve into Swaddloon, like, at some point. And then you have enough friendship with it that it will be evolving the next level. It's okay, but it's a little, like, unfortunate. It's a good shine. I mean, if you like more white shinies, why don't you like Grimmsnarl better? It's definitely more white. Yeah, Morgrem for me, it's a good shiny, but I'm quite tired of them, but I'm also quite missing them because I haven't seen one in so long. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it also has white on it. But yeah, I thought it would be Cream Snarl instead, if you say that you like white ones. It's a nice one. I would like to get one from, like, the daily spawns that happen. It's definitely one that stands out. I don't know, it could be the thing that, you know, Grimmsnarl is quite, like, big on, like, being, like, meanie. I guess that could be, like, why it would be, like, little off to you. Like, it is, like, quite opposite from, like, what it usually is described as. Yeah, they are quite nice. Quite nice shinies. I mean, of course, like, colors are one of the things that they are, of course, like, how you see them, but yeah. I don't mind most of the shinies, like, in general. Even the ones that, like, don't change too much. But then you can just think that at least they are not worse. They could be worse. Imagine if Garchomp would be green. Green Garchomp, let's go. You wanted a different looking Pokemon? There you have it. Everyone loves green shinies anyways. I will say that I don't mind them. I don't mind green shinies because, like... yeah, it would be different, definitely. Yeah, it would be. I just don't like. I know that there's, like, some colors that people like and dislike, like, in general. Like, almost everyone likes and dislikes. But at the same time, it's like, it's a shame that some colors, like, are seeing good shinies and some are seeing as bad shinies. Because most people, or like not most people, some people are like, if they say green shinies, it's automatically bad. Which I think is not the right way to go. Because, you know, it could be still good. It could be fitting for it. I mean, is Garchomp really the most popular or most famous Pokemon? It's definitely one of the most, but I think Garchomp has definitely over the years kind of lost the charm that it has, even though it's in most games. Yeah, but all the starters should be available when the next part comes out, right? Isn't that the thing? Which is quite nice. I'm still not completely certain, do I believe that people are saying that they are huntable in the wild? Because it could be like one of those things that they are locked. It could be one of those things, but then again they could be like huntable in the wild though. Yeah, most of starters, especially like in recent years, they have been mostly Masuda hunts only. Yeah, those are very good green shinies, indeed. Yeah, that's why I am kind of thinking that they would be shiny locked, because like I see then that they could be like, you know, pre-checks that someone is, you know, throwing in the wild as one does when you're releasing them, you know. But yeah, I hope that even if they are or even if they are gonna be available in the wild, I hope that they are not gonna be like absolutely everywhere, or they are only in one specific location where they make sense. Yeah, most people hate Espeon Shiny. I don't mind each. It's definitely not my favorite, but it's not bad. Yeah, it is quite a nice change from the normal one at least. I don't mind it, it's fine. I'm not like straight away, as I said, EU green shiny. It's kind of going outside EU green grass. Imagine thinking that everything that is green is gross. Going outside is the worst thing ever. Yeah, I would like that as well. But it really depends on how they make it. Like, do they make them available like in quotes everywhere? Or are they gonna be making it that it's only in like some sort of like lab area that they are like producing more eggs, you know? Like in those situations it would be making sense that there is a bunch of them, you know? Is like that a place that they will be getting all the starters for like different regions and stuff? But yeah. I will still say though that I absolutely love that Grand Underground did get starters. They weren't too like common, but it was still nice. Yeah, we just know that the starters are gonna be there. As I said, they very well could be shiny locked. It would be like a shame for people, and I know that people are not gonna be liking it. But... but still... But we shall see what happens. They will definitely be explaining something about it for sure. They are not just gonna be... like... There's just... starters that are supposed to be like rare. Yeah, but it's going to be like that at some point. Yeah, it's nice to see them to be like seeing the base form in in the game like without eggs. Shiny Zobble do be quite nice. I will say most starters to be. Yeah, but it's the case with humanoid Pokemons. They are gonna be unfortunately hated. And then again, I don't get it really, but each to their own. Did you pick Inteleon then as your, or Inteleon as Sobble as your starter? I did too, and like I don't get like what's wrong with it. It's a cool Pokemon. I will still say that probably my least favorite of the Galar starters is Rookie. Yeah, yeah. And my favorite line, least favorite line is Crookie line, definitely. Yeah. It do be like that, but yeah. I'm not saying that Cinderace is my least favorite, but at the same time, I personally don't see like why it was so loved. For whatever reason, like the thing that a bunch of people were bothered about Inteleon, I was bothered in Cinderace. I don't know why. I just was like bothered like how Cinderace looked. I liked Scorbunny and Raboot, but Cinderace like, ugh. But it's just a weird thing that people hate Inteleon because it looks too humanoid. But then they like Cinderace, who definitely doesn't look humanoid. Yeah, Rabbit is not bad. Rabbit is quite a nice one. It's probably my favorite of the Galar starters, mid-evolutions for sure. But yeah, sometimes I honestly don't understand the hate behind people hating humanoid Pokemons, because then they're like, I hate Inteleon, too humanoid. But then they're like, oh, Carnivore is a cool Pokemon. Yeah, that's also humanoid. Because you could just say that you just don't like a Pokemon. You don't need to say that you don't like Pokemon because it's this. Because, like, does there need to be a reason always? Like, I dislike Snubbull for the life of me. I will never like it. Because it's the anime. It ruined it for me. And also, like, I just don't like how they look. I don't like that breed of dog that they are based on too much. And also, I hate how stupidly rare it is. Why? Also, fairy, why? Snubbull. Granbull is... I like it a little bit better, but... no. Yeah, there's so many, like... humanoid Pokemons that people like, but then they're like... I don't like humanoid Pokemons. Yeah. But then again, people do be like that. Like, honestly, I will say one thing, like, one reasoning that I don't think that I have ever heard, but I would understand why you wouldn't like Inteleon, is because it's too slim. Like, that I would understand, like, as a reasoning why you don't like Inteleon. I mean, I will say that I do be loving Dragonair overall, and it has a decent shiny. Not necessarily the biggest fan of pink shinies. I say that, I just remember another shiny that I like a lot, and it's kind of pinkish purple, and it's more, not Morgrem, Murkrow. Ghastly, of course, has a special place in my heart because it was the first one. Ghastly has a special place because of that. Oh, you can never forget about Yangmo. Oh, that's a very nice shiny. I don't understand the hate for that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I don't think that I really also have, like, favorite one. I have a lot of that I like. But yeah, it's easy, of course, to be saying if, like, a Pokemon that you generally like and has a nice shiny, that could be definitely one of your favorites. But I don't think that I can really pin out, like, the favorite. As I said, is Ghastly's shiny the best? No, but it was the first one, so, you know, special place in heart for that. Oh, the Dene is lovely. Love the chocolate mouse. The other three, they don't really surprise me. They are quite a popular ones. I will say that I like Fennekin line better. Could be because it has purple and I love purple. Rose Red, yeah, that's nice. But you is disappointing, but Rosalie and Rose Red, they are very nice. Nice. It is a good shiny. It's just, I don't know. It's not one for me. Oh, another like very cool line of shinies is Toad School or whatever is the one that walks on land. Oh god, that's lucky. Nice. Yeah, I love the both of them. That kind of makes me kind of sad that the regular, like, the fully evolved one is kind of plain in color. Because imagine if those pink parts would be turning into, like, nice green. Yeah, that's also nice. I mean, Lidwig like in general is quite nice shinies. I like Lidwig's, like the flame, it's very nice. Lampin is probably the disappointing one. Yeah. I will say though that most of the Litwick line did look better on sprites though. The only one that I like in 3D is Chandelier, and that's only because of Scarlet and Violet. Nice. Did you know that you can hunt shiny Litwick in a gym? Along with a Vulpix and a Sizzlebead. Definitely didn't think of said Scorch. Nice. You wasted the moon ball on a Lidwig. You could have used it on, you know, the one that fits it the most, that is Roaring Moon. But it's a nice one. It's a nice one though. Oh, okay. Understandable. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird sometimes, like how people are using like special Pokeballs. Of course, each to their own, but why then trade it away? Because even though there is ways to be getting more of them somewhat easily, they're still quite annoying to get more of. Exactly the reason why I don't do Masuda is because I don't get too lucky with them. My one and only full odds X was under 2k and it was very nice. Oh, nice. Poplio is not the craziest shiny though. Yeah, it was very nice. It was the final member of the badge quest. Was so glad that It did. It was so fast. Only did take like a month or a month and a half to be like doing each, which was quite nice. Yeah. Yeah, you can. I will actually pull it up real quickly. I will see what I did to last egg month. How many did I do a day? 4 to 5 hours of stream time. Didn't? Yes. I did do like 300-ish, which was 9 boxes a day. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, collecting eggs definitely in Scarlet and Violet, it's very tedious. It's not like it's fully AFKable either, like you need to be there every like 4 minutes or so. I don't mind it really in like other games, but yeah. Yeah, that's completely understandable. But when I'm like streaming, I just will be getting like a set amount of eggs and I will be hatching them and then I'll be releasing them afterwards. But yeah. There's so many ways to be hatching eggs. It was mainly the thing why I didn't do it that way as well, because I was like trying to get like whatever starter, you know, so it doesn't really matter, like, do I get whatever. It was fun that way. Oh. But yeah. I most likely will be doing Masuda again on Egg Month. I don't know though, it really depends honestly. How does the second part of the DLC treat with the starters? It really depends on that, honestly. Are they actually huntable in the wild and such? Because honestly, I might be wanting to do them. Oh, nice. Not that bad then. I don't completely remember like what was my like longest Masuda one, but I think it was at least like double the odds. With or without shiny charm, I think I did go like for like that for both. See, actually I can kind of figure it out. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. 6 really? 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, I went 6 streams without getting a shiny from eggs. In Village. And as I said, I did do like 270 eggs, aka 9 boxes. So I would like to say that that would be quite a good amount. And like, you need to remember that there was like extra because of like everything going on. Like on... Oh my god. No, it can't be true. Oh god, was it actually that high? Oh god. If I can count correctly, it was at least 1620x. I don't believe that. I don't want to believe that. Oh god. Yeah, that's quite bad. Why do you feel blessed? Yeah, that is the case sometimes. Then again, I did get quite some lucky ones afterwards. That's the one place that I can like be guaranteed to know that my calculations are correct is by checking out my clips. God, with eggs, ew. That's disgusting with eggs. Ew. Ugh. Disgusting. And that was very fast. The first one was very fast. It was... First one was very fast, I remember. That is still on the odds. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not Masuda. Yeah, but then again, sometimes you're just ridiculously unlucky. Oh my god. Oh no, no, no. I did get a shiny Sobble apparently with Masuda. After 1838 eggs, 34 eggs. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think that anyone is gonna be lying. Yeah. It is just ridiculous sometimes how unlucky you can get. And the Sprigatito, that is probably why my longest was... the longest one that I can find right now was 1827. Like, oh god, both of them, they hit like that. Jeez. On the longest ones. Those three they weren't too bad. I did like get quite lucky after those two. I did get quite lucky after those two though, which is nice. It didn't take ridiculously long after that. Yeah, let's see, what was my... Yeah... I can see that eggs, they are not at all good if you ask me. Yeah, the Sprigatito that I did get full odds was 1524. Ridiculous. Yeah. It is ridiculous. But then again, luck is luck. Luck is luck at the end of the day. It is sometimes very ridiculous how it works. Can't wait to see, by the way, how many Sprigachitos I will be getting before I get the female shiny. Because I have a stupid thing that I want to do, and it's to get every single cat as female and shiny so I can name them after my cat. Or like every single one that I see to be fitting her the best. Because I don't think that I will be doing Perugly. Flamio is fine, but Perugly, no. And yes, I know there's 2 starters there that are cats. Yeah, sometimes. You don't get it all the time though, but... Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Usually if I'm very excited about a shiny, my back starts to hurt. That is my thing. I haven't been having that too much lately. Didn't get it with the Indeedee. Was disappointed at the Indeedee. Yeah. And I mean, it's safer. It's at least safer to be getting it that way. Because gambling is no good. You shouldn't be doing it. But yeah. Rare things are rare things. That's interesting. Like, as I said, I think that's a better thing to be doing than gambling, because gambling is honestly bad, and as I said, you should be doing it. But yeah. They sometimes will be telling you interesting things though. That don't make the most amount of sense. Yeah, but If you think about it, people like rare things in general. Is it different colors on the screen? In Pokemon's case, is it a rare post or a stamp, post stamp, whatever my thing? A rare coin. People like rare things. My rare things might be digital, but it's still a rare thing. There we go. Yeah, I do every once in a while 1 in 8k hunts. I don't really do them on stream because like it's kind of hard to be streaming them if you don't have systems that can do that, you know? Yeah, but I like to do them. I don't do them too much. I honestly haven't been doing too much of shiny hunting apart from my streams. Not because I'm like particularly I don't want to do them anymore. It's just like I haven't really had a feeling to be going for them, you know. Nice. Prepare for a pooch. Yeah. But then again, there's nothing wrong with, in my eyes, with any kind of shiny you get. What do you mean by 16k odds? I mean, I will say that if you have the opportunity doing the best starter hunt in 1 in 8k, do hard gold, soul silver, you can see all three at once. Is it 1 in 16k with which of the odds? 1 in 4k or 1 in 8k? Or is it with shiny charm even? Honestly, I will say I'm not too certain how certain odds are calculated. I think it's like you do first like 1 in whatever is the base odds, and then you add to that like the thing that is rare. I think that is how it works. Yeah. Because they are, like, not that rare. Yeah, because they are like 50-50 normally, and then you just need to be evolving them to a specific evolution. But yeah, thankfully there is ways to make that be better. They don't work in every game, but in the games they work, they're nice. Like Q-Charm. Even though people are saying don't use Q-Charm on Gen 4 games, because it's Q-Charm on Gen 4 games. Don't use Q-Charm on Gen 4 games, because Q-Charm is broken. I'm like, how? I would be very curious if someone would be explaining me why Q-Charm is broken in the way that I can understand it. Like, I would like to know, like, what is causing the thing. It's just so strange. I mean, most of the bugs slash glitches in like all like games in general, they're very interesting. They don't make sense half of the time, but they're very interesting. And that sounds about right. But yeah, don't count on me knowing how they are calculated. I just guess that is how it works. But yeah. There's probably someone that is like actually saying them on the internet, because like people like to put ridiculous odds. One thing I will say that I understand that people are saying it, but at the same time I don't understand it, is that why people make like such a big deal about authentic Sinisty's shiny chance. I know it's rare, but at the same time, it's just another 1% hunt. Because it has a different slot. It is like, it's just like another just 1% hunt. It's like any 1% hunt would be the number that is said. Am I correct? Because it's a 1% in one, like, in the place, like... I'm confused. I understand, like, it's... like, it is, like, big numbers, but at the same time... doesn't it also apply to 1% Feebas in this game? Or 1% Lapras? But I guess because it has the stamp, so people are thinking that it's cooler than it actually is. Even though, yeah, am I hunting for it? Yes, I think it's cool, but at the same time, if I'm being realistic, it's another 1% hunt. And it still wouldn't be my rarest 1% that I would be getting. If I do be getting in the shield, that is. If I were getting this sword, it would be Chide, because I did get a 1% shiny Bidoof in Great Marsh. And it's 1 in 4k in PDSP. So yeah. But yeah, I understand, because, you know, it has to stamp on it, like, that makes it rare, but... as I said, It is 1%. It would be a different story if it wouldn't be having like its own different like encounter slot, and then it would be like every single Sinisty has always like will be like checking is it authentic or not, you know? Then it would be like in my eyes rare. But yeah, rare things, still rare things. People love their rare things. Oh, my counters. I mean, they look quite similar. They're both like wide-ish and small. One of them has a slightly better shiny than the other one, but there we go. It's crazy to think about that I can go again halfway to the odds with Sinisty or Gleamwood, whatever my thing. Because it's what, like 1 in 300 or 1300 is the odds with Shiny Charm. Yeah. Feeling good. But I will still say that I don't like too quick hunts though. I prefer the hunts to be taking a while. Feels more rewarding. But then again, I understand people that don't have patience for it. Completely understandable. Because like, it is honestly a waste of time, but people kill time. Anyways, isn't this and just another way to just kill time? That's an interesting one. Was it in some sort of like commercial or something like that? Or was it like in a magazine? Spritz is quite an odd one. Like overall. It's not a bad Pokemon, I don't mind the evolution as well. Personally, I don't get a hate, but anyways. Each their own though. If you don't like them, you don't like them. But yeah, it's a strange. Oh, okay. It's interesting. I mean, I guess it makes sense because, you know, watching anime, yeah. I haven't watched the anime in so long. They don't do the Who's That Pokemon anymore, right? Or do they still continue that thing? You... Yeah, understandable. But remember which Pokemon evolves into Survivor? The correct answer is Arbok. It's ridiculous like how many mistakes there were in the like Hoenn game or Hoenn saga things. It was like multiple different like I think Gompasken was called like Nuzleaf or so, like there was like Pokemons that were randomly just said that they are Nuzleaf. I don't know why, like, it wasn't really a problem like before, like, in the, like, Kanto and Chodo. In those, like, it wasn't like a problem at all, but for whatever reason. Hoenn. So many issues. And oh god, those questions. Which Pokemon is good against this Pokemon? They were like, what? There was like a question that which Pokemon would be like standing the longest against this Pokemon, and it was like such a confusing answer. Like, huh. But yeah, I understand that they're like funny things for kids to be thinking while, you know, they wait for the thing to be restarting, but could have been a little bit better. At least on Hoenn. Which I still think that Hoenn was probably the first time that I did see anything from the anime. Because it was the case since they were only in kids channels at the time and everything in the kids channels were on Finnish. Like if they weren't dubbed, we wouldn't be having them. I don't think that it's that big of a thing anymore though. I think they now have like more English ones as well. They might be at like later times, they might be translating them. Nice. But yeah, because I remember Max so well, like that is like, that was as a kid like one of the first episodes that I'm pretty sure that I ever did see, and for whatever reason Max was the one that stuck to my brain. Yeah, that's understandable, that's reasoning for most people why they like Trico Line. It's the anime. It's understandable. It is a shame though that since some of the lines in Pokemon anime they are more shown in the anime, some of the starter lines are more shown than others, that means that some lines are gonna be liked more than others because of that. Which is a shame, because it would be nice if all of them would be like apparent in there. But no. Sad. Yeah, but then again, kids being kids. Yeah, but it is like that. It is weird how kids' brains, they do be working sometimes. Like, how? As a kid, so we have like a very strange brain, if you ask me. It just doesn't seem to be the same after like certain age. Whichever age that shall be is different from person to person, but like it's weird. But then again, I guess you don't really think about things too much when you're a kid as well. You know, you don't really think about things. You don't care that much about everything. Because I remember that there was a lot of kids that like I did hang around with, more or less. That they were very fixated on few things when they were like young, but when they did like grow into adults, they like were more interested in kind of everything. I was, of course, when I was a kid, interested in quotes, all the wrong things. I was interested in technology and stuff along those lines, but my parents at the time, they weren't like that excited about them because it was in quotes new. At that point it was like at least 5 years old. It's not really new. But yeah. They did warm up to it though when it became more and more necessary. Or at least like in bigger places, it's quite necessary, the technology that we have right now. I just would have honestly liked more if I would have been able to be, I guess, in that more of a free kid, because like I was a free kid in that if I would be liking to go outside, you know? But if I would like to watch TV, it was like, you can watch it for a little while, then you need to do something else. Which was sad. I understand it, but at the same time, like... why can't I just be more free in there? It's funny how some things are like the first world problems when you're young, and then like they are not really at all anything. They're like, I can't play video games, it's the end of the world. But yeah. Do be like that sometimes. Oh boy, soon what? 800 checks. Today, jeez. I will see at what time it is when we hit that one. It is quite likely that I would be hitting 6k because it's only 100 away at that point. You know, just a little while longer. Just a little while longer indeed. Oh, hello. Perfect. Let's defeat you. I'm surprised about the amount of Farfetch said we have seen today. First I've KO'd like other random things, but it still will be giving like somewhat of an estimate. You have 40. You have 55. Oh god, is it 100 then? Jeez. Jeez. And that's some kind of a record for me. Because I think the last, like, big Farfetched, like, scene is... like, almost 100, but this is, like, over 100. Jeez. Well, welcome back. Welcome back, indeed. I remember that there was like for a longest time for me the situation that I didn't really want to test like things from different cultures because I was like feeling that I would be disrespecting them. I don't know why. It was mainly on foods though than anything else, but like for the longest time I was like I don't want to be testing anything from another culture because I just think that it's disrespectful, which is a strange thing to think about, honestly. But then again, there's like quite a good amount of like things like that online though that is like people are making it way big of a deal, the culture thing. And sometimes it's interesting that like some people that like are the one that like are upset about someone else trying another culture's thing, that they are not even part of that culture that they are trying to, or the other one is trying to like do, you know? And then like the ones that are part of the culture, they are fine with it and they're like happy about it. It's just like, why? Like, I don't understand the people that get upset about like for like other people, like surely do I do it sometimes myself, but at the same time it is very silly. Like, why? But yeah, what did you be? Internet is a strange place. Internet is a very strange place indeed. I don't remember, there was like one thing that was like on like my like in real life situation that someone did get upset about, or they did get upset about what I did because they thought that I was disrespecting another person, and I was like, huh? And then like the dude was like fine with like whatever I did. I was like, what are you complaining about? Like, it's like, huh? Yeah, it's like, as I said, I understand that sometimes you get upset about like other people being like mean. At least you think that they are, you know, being mean, but then again, it's actually nothing. That's why I'm in generally always upset when people don't do their research. I think there was like an article or whatever thing like lately that was explaining why it is dangerous to drive slowly. And they were like, if you hit a person that is driving like 30 kilometers per hour and you're driving 80 kilometers per hour, like how that interaction works. And half of the people didn't like understand it. Or they did like understand half of it. Like they didn't understand the whole thing. And it's not like, in my eyes, it's not like anything like too hard to understand. Because like, the thing is that if you drive somewhere like 20 kilometers per hour and another person is hitting you at 80 kilometers per hour, the unfortunate part is that at least one will not survive that. Because it is just too much of a difference. Like, that's why I don't understand why people are so careful in the winter times, because it's even more dangerous. Because if you don't have the balls to drive, then don't drive. Like, I understand that there is situations, but please. Then go to the road that is going slower. Because in here, like almost anywhere in Finland, you can go into the place that you're going for on a road that is slow. Like if you don't dare to drive 80 kilometers per hour, then go to a road that goes 60 kilometers per hour or 50 kilometers per hour. You can get there and you're not being dangerous by driving slowly. It is like, why? I don't understand, honestly, like, why is there like so many people nowadays? Are they like young or old? That they just don't do research. Like I always hear that young people, they are not doing research or anything. But I have done schoolwork with people that are like 40 years old, and they don't Google things. They are asking things. Like they are asking things that, you know, you could like easily just Google and Google would be telling you the answers. Like, why? I guess because I have always been the kind of person that I rather try to figure things out on my own than ask anyone. Like, I try to find the answer that I'm looking for myself first, and then ask someone else. But yeah, it is just like... The thing is also that how can I explain it to you so you will be able to understand it? Because I will say that I have mostly higher knowledge on like programming than most of the... I can do programming more like better than most of the dudes in there because I have already like studied this before. So I have like base knowledge. Yeah, I understand that, but like with coding or programming especially, you can like get straight away an answer from Google for them. But yeah, nothing wrong with that, it's just like... Sometimes I would wish that people would be remembering that Google is a thing. Because I always hate that people are saying like, younger people are worse. But then again, it goes forever like that, because if you're thinking that the younger people are worse, then your parents are gonna be thinking that the younger people are worse, and so on and so forth. Like, why? I just think that, you know, things change. Like, surely there's some things that some people could be doing themselves, in my opinion, but things change in general. Also, I was talking about, like, the... we haven't really been getting, like, in quotes, normal winters in here for quite some time. Like, for a few years. And now the new drivers are, like... This year is, like... Not even a normal winter in here, it's a little bit, like... a little bit warmer and there is less snow than there is supposed to be. But people that have been getting like their driver's license like year or two ago, they are in trouble. Because they don't know how to drive in these situations. So like, this year there has been quite an increased amount of accidents. Because people are like, hey, the road looks fine, but they don't think about that, you know. It might be that there is ice there. You might not be able to see it. Because, like, they are not used to it. And then they're, like, going overconfidently driving somewhere or trusting too much on the car. So, like... But yeah, it do be like that though. Also, speaking of winters being kind of normal this year, oh god, the amount of like misleading articles about like, this year we have very cold winter. No, it's normal. We have just been having like 2 or 3 years of warmer than usual winters. Because, like, it was like a joke that I did start that there is not gonna be snow before my birthday. My birthday is 29th of November. Because, like, when I was younger, like, snow was at that point everywhere already. It was not going anywhere. But yeah, like... And we might not be having snow on Christmas or like at the end of December. We're just gonna be having ridiculously cold January and February. Yeah. That is the one thing that I would wish that people that like go into like places that there is, you know, snow, that they would know to be more careful. Because like, you know, it is slippery. You are gonna be falling, most likely. Even I do every once in a while because like, it's bad. But yeah, it's understandable. But I will say one thing, I wouldn't be liking winters at all if there wouldn't be snow in here. Because winters are so dark, we have like, right now, like 6 hours of sunlight. And the, you know, the snow helps with that because, you know, it's reflecting light and it feels like it's not that dark. So it's nice. And it also kind of hides the ugly color of grass. But yeah. Winters, I will say, they definitely were more fun when you were a kid, though. Doing the very dangerous thing of throwing snowballs, which was not allowed in schools because it could be containing rocks. You could actually get in trouble for that. But yeah. But nowadays, I'm just like, I will still say that I'm either with no snow or snow. I don't want in the middle of two. It's the worst. The 50-50 gender thing, it is gonna be adding to each if you're looking for specifically for like certain gender so you can evolve it. It affects it. Because you're specifically looking for a gender. Yeah, toddler, indeed. Toddler is a fun Pokemon. Yeah, it does add up to it, even though you don't really think about it. Nice. No shinies apart from the Indeedee today. Yeah, I like it as well, quite a bit. I mean, anyway, since I don't play, like, music on my streams because I don't want to be copyright strike it, and I honestly can't be bothered with it. I like to hear the game music. I know it bothers some people to be hearing the Pokemon cries over and over and over again, which is understandable, but then again, I don't care. It's nice to be hearing things. Hearing some things, indeed. The gym musics, they are very nice. They really add up to the feeling. It's one thing that I will say that is unfortunate about, like, Gen 8 and Gen 9 music in Pokemon games is, like, a bad thing is that they don't really work that well out, like, outside of the battles. Like, if you're just listening to the music, they don't work out as well. Yeah. Yeah. I like game music when it's in the games. I mostly don't listen to them outside of the game. There's like few songs that I might be listening to, but like in general I like to just listening the game's music when I'm in the game. Well, I think they are spending more time on the champion musics. I would like to say that. I will say that I don't like I'm the type of person that I really like to like listen to game sounds, not musics in every game because some I just don't like. But then I don't get why people are like complaining to me that I listen to the music that the game offers. I don't know, I just like it. I guess because if I would be like listening to a video or like listening to music in general, I have noticed that I'm not doing that much shiny hunting. And I just like, if I'm streaming, I want to be like kind of always be doing like progress. Yeah, of course it could be made to be quieter, but yeah, I get it. As I said, my main reasoning is that I don't want to be getting copyright striked. I know that there is some copyright-free ones, but you can still sometimes get it from those. Because like, even though it should be like copyright free, like someone else is like weirdly has made it like copyrighted. Not yeah. Nothing wrong with like listening to music. I don't mind, but I just it's not my thing. As I said, too distracting, and also I like game sounds. Can hear the satisfying sparkles when they happen. Apart from if it's the other Switch, because I can't be having sounds for that game. Yeah. That's why sometimes when I play games, I might be having like something on the side, and then I will be or I will be always just be pausing it. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I know that there's the thing that some people just don't have the volume set up right. It's unfortunate. You do be like that indeed. But then again, each to their own. But I will say that there is like certain games that like I have to be listening to something if I do it, because they're so mindless games that I need to be hearing something. Perfect example is the funny game of Power Wash Simulator that I like to play. I need to be having something because I just can't be listening to the sounds that the game makes. Only hearing the water. Yeah. But then again, like, fair enough. As I said, each to their own, do whatever is the way that you like. Also, one thing that like did weirdly kind of go out of touch was like being unique. Like there was a time like when I was like a small kid, like being unique was a bad thing. Like if you were unique, you were bullied for it basically. Then it was like being unique is cool. And now it's like it's not like you're being like bullied for being unique, but at the same time everyone nowadays again wants to be like normal. Which is strange because what can be normal if everyone wants to be normal? Yeah, that's understandable but very unfortunate. Yeah, my thing why I was bullied because I was different was because I did have like I did say certain things differently than others because I did move like halfway through the country. But it's just like I have never really understood like why people will be bothered by some people. But how I see nowadays why people are being mean to you if you're unique is because of they are jealous that you are brave enough to be unique. It's not always the case, but sometimes it is. Like honestly, the reason like why you're being bullied apart from like they were bullied themselves is that they are just jealous. I know it's like hard to understand as a kid, and I didn't get when I was a kid, but like now I understand it, and like, you know, fair enough. It of course doesn't work with everything, but still. Sometimes kids are just kids. Sometimes that's the case. Yeah, I know. Those were like so stupid. I know those, like, you need to be more mature than you actually are. It's so stupid because I never understood it. Why people wanted to grow up so fast. I surely was like, I did like be more mature for my age, but I didn't like intentionally do it. Like, I never understood those people that wanted to grow up faster. But then again, I also don't understand the people that want to be staying young forever. Like, I just want to be going with my age. Okay, be what I am. But yeah, it is interesting how life works. Yeah. There was one situation where I unfortunately needed to be quite a bit mature than I was supposed to be at that age, but he's behind me, thankfully. Yeah. It is sometimes like that, I know. I know in certain situations it is true that there were like kids that were too childish. Like they actually were, like, grow up, honestly, like. I understand that you can be silly and goofy at home, but in school I think you should be more mature. Because, like, even if you don't want to study, someone else might want to study. Yeah. I think it's honestly, it's gonna be always like that. Yeah, I know. It's honestly gonna be probably, as I said, probably gonna be forever the thing that the next generation is gonna be more and more understanding. Is it gonna be always that visibly seen? No, but it's just gonna be that. It's a good thing. And I hope that it goes that way because I will say that I have never understood those people that are bothered by someone else being what they want to be. Like, whatever. Does it hurt your life? No. Yeah, I know. I know it is. It is hard at the time what you're going through, but it is the best situation if you can laugh about it now. I understand that those are serious situations, but it's just better if you can just laugh about it now. We have a saying that why be bothered by things of the past? It doesn't translate you well in English, but that's basically what it means. Sometimes it's harder, sometimes it's easier. Yeah. Yeah, it's always good to remember that it's good to be having at least few good people around. It's gonna be surprisingly helpful. Yeah. Speaking of that, I was like at that point in my life that I was so frustrated every single time that people were complaining to me that I need to have more friends. Like, yeah, I had like one good friend, it was good to me. I didn't need more. I don't want to be friends with 10, 20 people that half of them I don't like. Yeah, I know it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why it was so big deal when I was like 13 to 15, that it was like a big deal that you needed to have a lot of friends. It's like, what? Why? I have one good friend. It's good enough for me. Because like I was the kind of kid that, or like as a person still, that I don't want to be friends with too many people. Wow, that's mean. Oh god. Oh yeah. Now I understand. Yeah, it's even worse. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is like that. Feel bad for you, but past is past, thankfully. Yeah. They really don't know how to mind their own business. I will say that there is certain groups of people that even though they should be minding their own business, they are not gonna be minding their own business ever. Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't have to go to any of those kinds of schools. I don't even know. Maybe there is somewhere a school like that in here. But I have never heard of one. They're in here kind of a thing of a past, thankfully. Nice. That's good to hear. She'll be doing fine. Yeah, that's the big part. Be whatever. That's honestly the best feeling in my opinion, that you understand that you can be whatever. Not care about anyone else, how they are feeling about it. Yeah, I know. But I think at least in here, churches are a little bit more open nowadays compared to what they were. They kind of have to be, though. But yeah, it is unfortunate, but I don't care about any of that stuff myself. I have never cared and probably will never care. I don't mind if you're the type of person that cares about church. Be whatever you want to be. I don't care, but also let me want to be whatever I want to be. Let me be what I want to be. I can talk. Let's go. But yeah. It is very nice indeed that things have been getting more and more acceptable. I hope it continues to be that way. And I will say that probably someone will be hating me for saying that. But I don't care. Someone is gonna be canceling me on Twitter, I guess, or X, whatever it is. I'm surprised about that the cat has been very calm today. I don't think that she has been moving too much today. She was on my table like when I was starting. And she has just been chilling, going to eat in the middle. Again, just be chilling. I guess yesterday was such a hard day on her because we were gone for like 5, no, not even 5 hours, 4 hours. You know, hard times for a little cat that may or may not be having separation anxiety. Huh? Uh, huh? I got a notification that reconnecting to the chat room. What? My stream was fine. What do you mean? Huh? That's like the first thought that comes to my mind if my chat is saying connecting to the chat room, my stream is gone. What? Why? Who allowed this? Also, probably one of the longest streams in a while, 6 hours, and let's go. I've been having fun, and also I really want to be hitting 6k today on the Farfetched. Also, Sinisty definitely isn't like all over already like halfway to the odds. It's definitely. Oh, another boost Farfetched, nice. We have the higher chance to being shiny, but still nothing. Let's go. One day, for sure. I believe that one day I will be able to be getting something from the funnily boosted little guys. I mean, I technically did with the Orbeetle, but someday I will be definitely want to be going for another one. Okay. Someday I definitely want to be going for, like, specifically trying to hunt for them after I've, like, KO'd the whatever amount I want. Definitely interesting. It's kind of a tying to the hunt that I want to do someday, that I will be only encountering the target Pokemon. As I said before, Roly-Coly is like ridiculously easy with that. Because it's almost the only thing that spawns in there. So yeah, it would be quite easy. Imagine if there would be in every single Pokemon game a built-in feature that you can KO shiny Pokemons. Like, it would be always false swipe no matter the move, you know? I mean, then again, what fun that would be, but it'd be quite nice. I don't know. I like Animal Crossing New Horizons. I haven't played really any of the other games, but I like that. So probably when the new one comes out, I will probably be playing that as well. I'm not particularly fan of, like, Zelda, but I do be watching a decent amount of, like, content about it. Even though I did say, like, a few days ago that I don't really care too much about it. I don't care too much about the challenge things, but like theories and explanations about things are cool. I like those. Mario is like a weird thing for me that I like. Some games I like, and then there's like others that like, I like the Galaxy games. They're very nice. But like most of it I don't really care. I still think that it's a shame that there's only one Galaxy game on the Switch. Why didn't they do the other one? Like, you already have one. Why not do the other one? Kirby? I like Kirby, like, it's again like kind of the Zelda situation for me. That I like Kirby like as a character and like stuff like that, but I have never really played the games. But yeah, I don't think that there's too many. I mean, Breath of the Wild, it was okay. The thing is that I don't necessarily too much play like Zelda games. I more watch them myself. Yeah. Yeah, the Forgotten Land. Oh god, it was so nice. We did play it. Oh, it was so nice. Love the fishing. Nice. We bought it like, was it the day that it was released or the day after? It was in the middle of the night, as usually we do. We play, do we impulse buying games in the middle of the night? You know, usual things that you do. Yeah, that's the thing, that sometimes you might like the franchise just for the lore. That's, as I said, that's kind of my thing with Zelda, that I like the lore. I like few games here and there because I haven't played too many of them, so I can't really say that I like the game if I don't play it. It's kind of like the same thing with me. I don't want to hate on a Pokemon based on how it looks. I want to at least try to use it in battle. The same thing goes other way as well, that I don't want to like a Pokemon too much before I actually try to use it. I mean, games in general are quite expensive. Thankfully, more times than not, they are worth it though. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, I can see that. I have never ever played any of them myself. There was for the longest time like I like Spyro in general, dragons I guess in general, that like I only like the original three because, you know, that is what I like, only the third one actually that I grew up with, but you know, the other two are similar in style. But honestly, I don't know why I hated like almost every other Spyro game, because like I watched like some things about them like 5 or 6 years ago, and then I like, these are cool games. I like them. I don't know why I hated on them. I will still say that it's so unfortunate what happened to Skylanders though. Cool concept, but yeah, no. It kind of didn't go anywhere. I honestly will personally say that I think, even though I know it was for sale point, adding Spyro to the title, in my eyes, kind of ruined it for them to be working for too long. And also, I guess the toy part as well, like you always need to buy like so many new things to be able to play the game fully. And it was ridiculously expensive. I mean, I don't know if you can call it really a franchise, but there is the original 3, then there is like another trilogy that did get released. And then there is like another like filler games that don't necessarily connect, but they have like always something to do with like references with the previous ones. The other one that I did play as a kid was Crash as well. To be specific. We did have that on, we did have the racing one. Was fine. I've never been the biggest of fans of racing games. I don't think that I ever will be though. Yeah, Spyro was like something else. I will say still that I've said it a billion times that I was so afraid of, I think, the third boss. I never got as a kid past that point. You know, the one that is flying. Yeah. I know that the Reignited trilogy is on Switch. It's in most platforms though. That were at the time, you know. There, it was in like, same with Crash. It'll be very interesting how things work. Yeah, I don't know, I have the weird thing with RPG games myself. I like the idea of them, but at the same time I don't like them. It's like, it's a cool concept and everything, but like, I don't know about do I like it or not. There's like good examples, there's like bad examples. Yeah, understandable. It's good to be playing other games anyways. It's not too healthy to be playing just one game for months and months and... That's the reason why I do be having multiple different hunts when I do be streaming, because I would be getting bored of doing the same hunt for too many. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You never should be looking at the time that you have spent on a game. You never should be allowed to be looking at that. Jeez, I don't think that I have, like... I don't, like, I know that I play a lot of Pokemon, but I don't have that many hours. But then again, the thing is with Switch that you need to remember that if you don't fully close out of the game, it might be still like ticking the hours. So yeah, you gotta remember that as well there. Because I know that some games I'm like, there's no way that I have that many hours in this and this game, but yeah, I do, because it has been just open. Yeah. But yeah, it do be. Sometimes you just want to be playing the game and there's nothing wrong with it, of course. Hello, Applin. The weird thing is that I know a lot of people that have, like, you know, max hours on, like, Pokemon games. But as I said, it's the weird thing of if you have the game running for, like, in the background, it might still be ticking the hours. And then again, I know that a lot of people that don't have that many hours in. Yeah, it is fun. Well, shiny hunting will always be taking a lot of time. That's just a fact. Sometimes a long time is shorter. Oh. Nice. I would kind of wish that there would be always a way to be getting your save file back if you delete it and regret it later. I mean, that is the reason why I never will be deleting any save files. Because I know that at some point I will be regretting it. I mean, I guess if I would be having like files that I just like goof around, then maybe those, but if I have any sort of like attachment to the file, I don't want to be deleting it. Oh, hello, kid. I know I usually like have at this point stopped streaming like, but you know, some days are different. I know, life is hard. If you still haven't been able to complain that you haven't been getting any food today once I'm done streaming, I know. Rough life. Nice. I'm personally not the biggest fan of competitive playing. I don't care about it as like at all. My Pokemons are always whatever. I would just want to have fun. Then go an hours upon hours and running in circles. That's fun. Yeah, but of course, like with like Pokemon battles, I think the best way to learn is to be doing the battles. But then again, in general, I'm personally not the biggest of fan of like battling in general. There is few games that I don't mind each, but like in general, it's not my thing. Thankfully, there is in Pokemon games the thing of collecting rare deceased creatures. uh, yes, indeed. Yeah, we're soon done. Of the day. 900 checks, yes. I'm questioning myself. It's quite easy math. Easy math is sometimes the hardest though. The easiest one to be concerning that are you correct or not. Nice. Did you battle then? Nice. Oh, there's always funny things going on when you're with friends. Yeah, I have never personally been doing any of the battle things in game. But I do understand like the appeal of them. Nice. You love to see that. Judy's setuping so much and then you still will be able to win each. Oh, that's even meaner way to be winning each. It's even meaner way to be winning it indeed. Nice. You mean crown move because air balloon? I don't think Dust Dragon move do anything to air balloon. Yeah. Oh yeah, now I understand what you mean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you know can't be hitting with because fire balloon and then trying to use dragon move, so you switch into one that is immune. Yeah, yeah. I'm slow. Yeah. Don't press the button. No pressing buttons. That turns off the computer. And also no coming back. Going to the desk right now. You can come when I'm done. But right now I don't want to be smelling your food. I know you're very happy that you did get more food. I know. Always super duper happy when you get food. You're like that. I promise I will be giving you attention when I'm done. In few more encounters. Yeah, I will say that like competitive playing in Pokemon, it is definitely requiring quite a good amount of brain power. Because you're like, you need to be. Oh, I see. I'm not gonna be looking for Farfetch because there's already one there. What's this being countering something that I normally wouldn't be? Nice. Oh boy, one more encounter after this, then we do be done for today. Regular old Farfetch'd and regular old Oranguru. That's 6k. Why? Why? 1 in 4k answer like this. But yeah, that'll be it for today indeed then. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. If nothing happens, then tomorrow will be Alpha Gudra hunting. I don't think that anything will be, but that's still a good thing to say, I guess. But yeah. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!